Good morning. This is the task force to revitalize the Vermont dairy industry meeting this morning in room 10. We are filling out the screen of who's here virtually. The three task members, we have three task members here personally, and so far we have John O'Brien. Anybody else yet?
Yeah, Representative Mark Hunt is also on Zoom.
Will he come on or?
I'm asking him to start his video now. There he is.
There's Mike. And so we're waiting on Heather, Randy.
Randy isn't going to be able to make it.
Randy's not going to be on it. Joe, is Joe going to make it?
John Roberts and should be here.
There we go.
And Heather.
Oh, good timing. Good morning.
Good morning.
Have a seat. Good morning.
How are you?
With John and Mike. We don't have John and Heather. We have a quorum. We have
I
five.
have a quorum, so
So get started, okay. So we have five of the 9 task force members, so we have a quorum to begin. So let's begin with introducing the task force members who are here and start with John and Mike on Zoom. John.
Thank you, Dan. I should probably defer to to Mike, but I'm John O'Brien, representative state rep from Royalton in my hometown of Tunbridge, and I serve on the House Committee on Agriculture and Forestry.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Michael Marcotte. I'm state representative from Coventry. I represent Coventry, Irisburg, Newport City, Newport Town, and a part of Troy. And I chair House Commerce and Economic Development. And I will be off and on this morning. I've got store duty as well. So, but I will be listening in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, and I apologize for a breach of protocol. It's my dominant eye, I think, saw John first. Bobby.
yeah. Good morning, Senator Bobby Starr from Orleans, Essex County. I chair the Senate Agricultural Committee in the morning and serve on the Appropriations Committee in the afternoon. Welcome.
Jackie.
Jackie Folsom, retired dairy farmer and legislative director for the Vermont Farm Bureau and the Vermont Fairs and Field Days Association.
I'm Dan Smith. I'm an attorney in Montpelier, used to work for the Legislative Council. My specialty is milk price regulation, which is taking me around the country in various endeavors. And John Roberts has joined us as well. John.
Hi, I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble with video. Hopefully you can we'll get that sorted. So John Roberts from Cornwall, Vermont, Executive Director of the Champlain Valley Farmer Coalition.
Good morning, everybody. So this meeting is a bit of a pivot for the task force. We've spent the meetings until now, starting in May, filling out a picture of the Vermont dairy industry, a comprehensive picture, working off the findings that were in the Department of Financial Regulation report. The objective was to provide the task force with a fully developed picture. Each of us brings a different perspective to this work, and we thought that having the full picture in front of us would allow us to best take advantage of each of the different vantage points that the task force members bring to bear. With this meeting, we start to turn to our statutory task of developing draft legislation for proposed change to the state operations, again, building on the recommendations that were in the Department of Financial Regulations report. So today represents really as I said, a pivot point in our work. We will take the next 3 meetings to hear testimony from folks out in the community, government, nonprofits and other entities that have looked at this issue and have provided recommendations. So the next three meetings are primarily to hear what others have thought, proposed to us as to what might be done. And then following that, hopefully the middle of November, we'll start to turn to our task at hand, which is to develop the recommendations to make to the legislature. So we have quite a full agenda for the morning. We've, as has been our procedure, we submitted questions in advance to the witnesses to help frame their testimony. I apologize to the task force for not getting the draft questions out to you. That's on me. I forgot to remind Mike. Mike's left, but I wanted to thank him for the yeoman's job he's done filling in for Linda and taking on, trying to figure out not only Bobby and my script on dairy, which is impenetrable to begin with, but also the process of what this committee has been doing. Linda's been awesome and Mike has filled in wonderfully. So again, the failure is on me for not getting the questions out to you. So with that, we turn to Jennifer. You have three witnesses testifying, so we will ask for your indulgence in trying to stay within the time frame and hope that we'll be able to do that. So with that, unless anybody else has any initial thoughts, we'll turn to Jennifer.
No, fine.
Okay, well, in the interest of sticking to time constraints, I'm going to read my notes. That will help. But first, I would like to say hi, Jen Holler. I'm the policy director for the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board. Gus sends his regards. Our executive director, Gus Seelig, he's away for a family occasion this long weekend. So thank you for the time you're devoting to this topic and the opportunity to describe how the state supports the dairy sector through the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board. VHCB was created by the legislature in 1987 to address circumstances not unlike those facing the state today. There was tremendous development pressure threatening Vermont's landscape and the affordability of homes. Our work supports Vermont dairies through two main programs. First, we use state funds matched by federal dollars to permanently protect high-quality soils and agricultural lands through our farmland conservation program. Second, we help keep ownership of our open and working lands viable through the Vermont Farm and Forest Viability Program, which provides technical assistance and business planning help to Vermont farmers. Before turning to my colleagues, Stacy Sabula and Liz Gleason, to talk more about these programs, I'd like to mention a couple of items. First, this is sort of by way of an update. You've heard through your hearings that providing housing for workers is a challenge for many farmers. Our board has set aside $1.2 million from the housing funds appropriated to VHCB in the last legislative session in order to stand up a farm worker housing program. Since that time, and this is something that the state hasn't done before, so we're really working to try to get it right. I'm sure there will be some things that we get wrong about it, honestly, but and in order to get as much right as possible, we've been meeting with farmers, worker groups, and other stakeholders to get their input as we shape the program. And we're going to go to our board on Wednesday and ask for their authorization to put out an RFP and get that rolling. So that's where that stands. Another thing I'd just like to mention, kind of big picture thing, is that while VHCB was created when there was a very active housing market, and we have seen spikes during the 30 years of our existence, we've never seen anything like what the real estate market looks like today. And we hear this anecdote. I mean, you can see the statistics and read about it all the time, but we see it in it comes to us through stories like a near double of appraised values of farmland or hearing from a farmer that they are concerned about their ability to continue grazing on rented land because that land's going to be sort of reclaimed by the owner, or not reclaimed, but sold for another purpose. So impacting that farm's viability. So essentially what I'd like to say is that VHCB work supports dairies in many different ways. And these two programs you'll hear more about, but fundamentally the purpose is to protect the state's agricultural soils and assets for not only what they produce, but also for what they engender for Vermonters and visitors. And then also they serve to enhance access, and this is incredibly important right now when the cost of land is going up and the price of entry is really, really difficult. These programs are designed to enhance access to the land and the viability of making a living on that land. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Stacy Sabula. She's our agricultural director. After Stacy, Liz Gleason will speak about the Farm and Forest Viability Program, and then we'd be happy to take any questions as time allows. So Stacy, it's over to you.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much,
Jen.
Jen. Thank you to the members of the task force for having us here today. Really excited to speak with you and look forward to learning more about your process. So I just want to start off with an overview of our farmland conservation work, which is really the bread and butter of BHCB's agricultural program. So since we were established in 1987, we've helped our partners across the state conserve 780 farms of all different types, including dairy, and that's about 168,000 acres of farmland that we've helped conserve. And over that time, we've received $88 million in state funding and $65 million in federal funding through the Natural Resources Conservation Service, which is one of our biggest partners, and I'll talk more about our work with them in a moment. About half of all of our recent conservation projects have helped to facilitate farmland transfers, so from one generation to the next or from one farm operator to the next. And not surprisingly, we work a lot with dairy farmers who, as you know, many of them are in that point of transition right now. So being able to help them through that process is really crucial to our work, and we're so glad we can play that supportive role. Dairy farms make up a significant proportion of our conservation portfolio. About 40 to 50% of all of our projects over the years have been on dairy farms. And between 2010 and 2019, we helped conserve 121 dairy farms, which is about 17,000 acres of land. And we did that with about $14 million in state funding and around $17 million in federal funding. So very grateful to have such significant funding resources. And I will say, from working with other groups across the country, many states are jealous of Vermont and the substantial funding support we're able to provide to our farming community. So I want to dive into a bit more of the details. So we, not surprisingly, partnerships are key to our work. We work very closely with Vermont Land Trust. I know Gil is standing there today with you. And without their work and the work of others like Upper Valley Land Trust, local towns, local conservation groups, and our agencies like the Agency of Ag and ANR, we wouldn't be able to do our work. NRCS in particular has been a great supporter. So we rely heavily on the Agricultural Conservation Easement Program, which provides about half of the total cost of our farmland conservation program. So they're a tremendous match source for the state funding that we get. So in terms of how this process helps dairy farmers, I've already kind of alluded to it. Jen talked a bit about it with talking about real estate prices and what's going on there. But, the sale of development rights can help a farmer be able to transition his farm, his or her farm, to the next generation, helps that farmer get on the land. In some cases, in many communities, it's the only way someone can get on a farm is having those development rights stripped away, which then lowers the value of the property. Also can help farmers get out of debt, invest in new infrastructure. So it's really a win-win, because as I'm sure that you all understand, I don't know any farmer that wants to have to sell to development. So this is a way for them to be financially whole, to be able to retire and be able to know that their land is going to stay in production. So it's really a win-win all around. So on that note, I'd love to, and I hope this works. I always hold my breath doing a screen share on Zoom, but I think I'm well-versed in this by now. I want to show an example of a farm that might be a known quantity to you. Can everyone see this okay?
Yes.
Nope, all we see is the Zoom meeting. You have to go to the other tab on your computer.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Sorry, folks. Try this again. And if I can't get it right away, I will. Oh. I will just move on to something else. Okay. How about that?
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay, thank you. So this is the Chouanier Family Farm and Organic Dairy in Highgate. And this is a farm that we worked with Vermont Land Trust in 1999 to help conserve. And at that point, and you can see the picture at the upper right-hand corner of the screen, we really didn't know what the future held for that farm. And we knew that Guy was taking over the land from his dad, and he admits that it needed quite a bit of TLC in terms of just land itself and the operation. And he really walked the talk on that and invested a lot in conservation practices on the land, doing everything from, let me try to scroll to the next picture, riparian buffers along the stream here to installing cattle lanes and fencing across the property and starting to use rotational grazing. And really what he says is he saw it as not only improving the health of the land and the quality of life for his cows, but also his bottom line and economically is doing better. So I just see this as an example of, a farm that we love to see, and we are seeing more of this as more farmers embrace conservation practices across the state and work towards improving water quality. So something I wanted to share. And also we've nominated Guy for the Leopold Conservation Award, which is a national award that honors exemplary land, agricultural land stewards. So we're very hopeful that he will get that award, and extremely well deserving. So that I will stop sharing and get back to my notes here. So another way that we work with dairy farmers is through our farmland retirement program. And I have to say that it might be odd that I'm talking about retiring farms when in the last breath I was talking about keeping them viable and in business, but please hear me out. So there are certainly farms, I think everyone can agree, where maybe historically it made sense for them to be located where they were. Today, perhaps they're sitting in the middle of a floodplain, they have a lot of wet soils, they're just not economically viable. Maybe they have big manure management problems that would be too expensive to fix. So this program was born out of that idea of, in those cases where it makes sense to not be farming the land, let's help farmers transition out of that. And the funding that we provide helps agencies like Fish and Wildlife or organizations like the Nature Conservancy be able to purchase the land, restore habitat like wetlands or floodplain forests, and then in some cases also turn it over to or create recreational opportunities on the land and have it be a public resource. So we've worked on several of these projects over the years. A recent project in Colchester on the Lower Winooski was the Fitzgerald Farm, a former dairy. And that was a great project that had a number of state and federal funding sources and some great partners with the state and with the Nature Conservancy. So I just wanted to mention that as another resource. We tend to have a few $100,000 a year to play with there. So it's not as significant as our farmland conservation program, but we definitely do have the ability to work with folks on that program. Another program I want to bring up that's likely familiar to many of you, the Payment for Ecosystems work that's happening in the state. And as you know, VHCB has played a central role in that since the group was formed 2 years ago. I'm currently one of the co-chairs of that group. And, we've been working away on making progress with our committees, and have hopefully soon we'll be getting more into the weeds on program development and some of the economic analysis that we need to do. So I just want to thank you all for being supportive of that program. I see that as another way that the dairy industry can be supported, and being able to compensate them for, in many cases, the good practices they're already doing makes so much sense. So I'm excited to see where that program goes. In terms of timing, we intend to have an interim report to the legislature by the end of this year on the progress we've made, and then a final report will be out by January of 2023. So lots of good progress happening there, and look forward to seeing where that goes. And on a final note, I'd just like to share a few personal impressions of my work here. So I came into this position having worked in both Maine and New Hampshire extensively on farms. My background is in farmland conservation, so spent a lot of time on farms across New England. And I have to say that without a doubt, what Vermont farmers are doing, particularly dairy farmers, far exceeds anything else I've ever seen in terms of how they've embraced conservation practices, how they are walking the talk with water quality. And I'm continuously impressed when I drive around and I see all the fields of green with the cover crops and just all the innovation that's happening here. So I sometimes get frustrated when I hear some of the pessimism around the dairy industry and what they're not doing. But I think there needs to be more focus on the good that's happening, and especially when you compare to what's going on in other states. Vermont is bar none, I think, and a better place than many other places. So with that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Liz Gleason. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. Can everyone hear me okay? I have a little bit of spotty internet this morning.
We
Okay.
can hear you in room 10.
Great, thanks. If it starts to get a little wonky, I'll just go off of video. Thanks so much for having us in today. It's a really inspiring group of speakers that you're hearing from today, and I can't wait to hear what others have to say later on this morning. I'm going to share a little bit about some of the work that the Farm and Forest Viability Program has been doing at VHCB, and touch on both our work that's specific to dairies and a little bit of some of the broader context as well. So the Viability Program was created by the Vermont legislature at VHCB back in 2003. The goal of the program is really to support the people who are working the land. We've been conserving agricultural land for quite some time at that point, and there was a real realization and energy around the idea that the people who worked the farms and worked the forests really need support in terms of making their businesses work in a really challenging marketplace. So we started the program in order to work one-on-one with those businesses really in depth. We typically work with around 100 to 150 working lands businesses a year, and we can support them for up to 2 years on helping with business planning, transfer planning, land access, land stewardship, finding capital to grow their businesses, that kind of thing. And I guess I'll just say I've been with the Viability Program for about 11 years now. I moved into the program director role last February, taking over for Ella Chapin, who I think many of you know really well. And in those past 11 years, I feel like I've seen pretty significant changes. It's been really inspiring to watch the adoption of cover cropping much more widely, new manure management techniques, rotational grazing, and just a pretty wide adoption of a lot of great water quality and soil health management practices that were obviously going on long before I got here, but it really feels like they've taken off, and that's really cool to watch. So in terms of the Viability Program's impact on farmers and forest products businesses, we really focus on working one-on-one in a really sort of meaningful long-term way to help businesses make long-term plans that are viable. We know that the pressures of the market and land prices and many factors beyond folks' control can make it really hard to make a working lands business work. But I just want to quickly share some of the quantitative impacts that we see from our program. I'm going to do a quick screen share here. So we track changes in sales and net income, and we've seen in 2020, which is our last round of evaluation, about 72% of clients reported that their sales had increased from before to after participating in the program, and 16% of our clients, net income increased by 16% on average, so their profitability. And we did a really intentional project in collaboration with the Intervale Center and the Vermont Land Trust from 2017 to 2020. And these three bubbles that you see on top are some of the results of that program. It worked with over 200 beginning farmers and exiting farmers to help people improve land access and help farm transfers happen more rapidly and more effectively. And we saw that 76% of those beginning farmers who were assisted during those 3 years successfully secured farmland, either through a purchase or a long-term lease. And within that same time period, over 50% of the retiring farmers we worked with successfully transferred their land to new businesses. So that's really exciting. Both of those processes can be long and really complex. So it was great to be able to support people in a more intensive way during those years. So I just want to share a little bit about our work with dairy farmers. Historically, our program has supported, about a third of our clients over the past 19 years are dairy farmers. We work with all sizes and scales, from micro dairies to LFOs, conventional, organic, grass-fed, raw milk. And the way that we support such a wide variety of different types of businesses within the dairy industry and within our whole program is that we contract with a really skilled group of business advisors who are located at partner organizations across the state. That includes UVM Extension, the Interval Center, NOFA, Land for Good, Center for an Agricultural Economy, and several other organizations as well. And we match farmers with different business advisors depending on their farm type and their needs. And recently, we've become really involved in the situation with Horizon. We're part of the Agency of Agricultural Task Force, and in partnership with NOFA, we've reached out to all of the Horizon farmers in Vermont and also the 2 in New Hampshire to help collect data on their farm situation and refer them to any support services they might need. And through that outreach process, we've enrolled about 9 of them in the viability program and expect to enroll at least probably about 5 more over the course of the coming year, if not more than that. And we'll be able to help them, really dig into their numbers, dig into their production systems, look at their farm setup, and assess different paths to move forward. Obviously, a lot depends on what comes in terms of market options, but that may include everything from diversification, selling to a different organic buyer, starting a relationship with a cheesemaker, etc. And occasionally we may also be helping those farmers exit gracefully if that's necessary. And we can also work with our conservation team to help farms become conserved if that's appropriate so that the land stays in agriculture. Let's see, I'm only going to talk for another probably 2 or 3 minutes. So I just really quickly wanted to touch on what the past year and a half has been like in terms of responding to COVID in the viability program. And then I'll talk briefly about our work with food hubs, which are a major mover of dairy products as well. So starting in March of 2020, we added a new arm to our program to support working lands businesses to navigate COVID. And since then, we've ended up helping almost 600 different farm, food, and forest products folks with all kinds of short-term assistance. Really, the heaviest needs we saw were around shifting markets, emergency cash flow planning, and applying for state and federal relief funds. We partnered really closely with the Agency of Agriculture to help people access the VCAP grants that were available last year, and that was a big part of our work. We used coronavirus relief funds to do a lot of that, as well as some philanthropic funds and VHCB funds. And I'll just quickly share one more slide so you can see kind of the types of businesses that we worked with through that program. You'll see that dairy was almost 60% of the businesses that we supported. And then the rest of that breakdown was all different kinds of farm and forest types. And we supported over 400 producers with applying to the VCAP, Vermont COVID Agricultural Assistance Program grants. So, and I do think one thing about the pandemic is it's just shown the importance of local agriculture. We really saw a huge number of local farmers pivot their markets to be able to quickly and effectively sell to their neighbors, making new products, shifting sales online. One example is a dairy farmer we worked with who was shipping milk. And when she saw the quotas and the price drops, she also added a farm store with beef and bottled milk. And so she was able to both continue shipping, but also sell to her neighbors and really keep the local economy moving and sell new products out of her farm. So that's sort of an exciting example of some of the changes that did come out of a really major crisis. And then quickly, I'll touch on our work with food hubs. For many years, we've been supporting a group of Vermont food hubs to work collaboratively to identify how do they grow their impact, how do they move more Vermont product to metropolitan markets. And really exciting news, they've come together to form a new enterprise called Vermont Way Foods that will be launching soon. And that will be, they'll still maintain all of their own food hubs, but they'll be working together on this brand to really move Vermont product. And those food hubs together already are involved in moving millions of dollars of Vermont dairy products a year. So excited to see what comes there. All right, I will wrap it up and I think hand it back to Jen.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stacy. So in terms of recommendations, we would just hope that you'd be open to the PES working group recommendations when they come. The Vermont Housing and Conservation Board historically and still and by statute is funded through the revenues that come through the property transfer tax. Those revenues are at a very high level now, which is appropriate because the needs are really high right now in terms of the price and ability of people to access homes and land. So we hope that the legislature will continue to think that putting those revenues through VHCB to meet these goals and others continues to make good sense. And then a last piece of what Liz does is through her program is provide water quality grants to the Clean Water Initiative and capital bill funding to farmers to help them do capital projects to meet water quality goals. And that leads me to ask the legislature to continue to support farmers and farm and agricultural purposes through the Clean Water Initiative funding and through the capital bill. It's making a big difference. So in terms of recommendations, those are the three that we would highlight and consider. And that's it from us.
Yep. Thank you very much. We have a few minutes for questions. Start with John, and Mike. Do you have questions for Jen or Stacy or Liz?
Sorry, this is John. Again, sorry that my video for some reason is not working today. Liz, you mentioned 76% beginning farmers secured under a project with the Intervale. Were many of those dairy farms or were they mostly diverse farms?
That's a great question. There were definitely dairy farms within that. I would say that it was probably, if I had to guess, maybe around a quarter, it was a little bit less than our typical numbers of working with about a third of our clients as dairy farmers. But I don't have the farm types at the top of my head, sorry. I can get those for you if you want.
No, don't worry. I was just curious because, of course, dairy farming is such a highly capital intensive. I didn't expect it to be very high, to be honest. But I was just curious. Thanks, Liz.
Heather, we see you've joined us. We don't see you, but so I guess you'll have to shout out if you have a question. I'm not sure if the hand works without the video. It does. Okay, John O'Brien has a question.
Thank you, Dan. I just had a quick question for Stacy. Since Stacy, you said you'd actually worked with dairy farms in Maine and New Hampshire, and I just wondered if you had any insights on. You said Vermont, you've never seen, conservation-wise, such good work, but I wondered if if there were advantages to the dairy farms in Maine and New Hampshire from, how they're helped by state government, for example.
Sure. Yeah. I'll just start with Maine. So Maine, when I was there, and granted, I was there at this point 7 or 8 years ago, so I'm not sure if this is still the case, but there was funding support from the state to increase the milk prices for farmers there. So there was that kind of support in place, which I think did help. I think that when you compare Maine and New Hampshire, Maine in general just has much stronger agricultural policy around supporting local food and just maybe even culturally, there's just a lot more, farmers markets, and you just see a lot more marketing of the Maine brand when you compare that to New Hampshire. But it also could just be that Maine and New Hampshire are very different in terms of soils and just the predominance of farmland. I think that kind of covers my thinking on that. Thanks.
Bobby.
Yeah, maybe this is for Jen. Of the 1.2 million for farm labor housing, how soon do you think that you will have that up and going?
We are going to put out an RFP in October, and we are shaping that with the input we've gotten, and we imagine that we'll have 2 elements, one around a repair or rehab program, and then maybe another that actually provides for replacement homes. And we'd love to see something up and running by the end of the year, but it will really depend on the responses we get. We know that there are a number of housing entities that are interested, and we want them to partner with those that have farm and expertise. So we'll wait to see what responses we get. And I'm sorry that I can't give you a firm time. I will say that it's not going to be fast enough to satisfy many of the folks who've been advocating for these programs for many years. They would like to see us moving more quickly, and we're moving as quickly as we can while being thoughtful about it.
I'm not worried about the advocates complaining. I'm worried about the tenants that want to move to a better livable space more than I am the advocates. But that's good to hear that you think by October and November, maybe by the end of the year, you'll have something going. Another question, I don't know if you could answer it, but as you or Stacy might, as you visit dairy farmers, what do you find as their biggest problem on the farm? Is it a lack of land, lack of good animals, or is it maybe a lack of money? What do you folks find as you go visit farms that call you and say we need help?
Well, you've gotten a lot of good testimony about that, and we've been able to listen in, which has been great. And then we know that a lot of their costs, not only the dairy pricing, milk pricing, a big issue, but the cost of their input really increasing too. But I'm going to hand it over to Stacy because she's the one who's really out there on the farms more often than I, and she can give you some better insights.
Sure, happy to take that question. Thank you. So just reflecting on a farm that I visited recently in Jericho, a dairy farm, and it's going to be hopefully conserved with funding from us. But at any rate, that farmer, pointed out that he had a barn on the property that many years ago, the roof had blown off, and, like that kind of deferred maintenance that every year he's like, I know I need to be putting money into this, but there just is not the money to be able to do that. So that kind of continuous deferred maintenance, every state I've worked in with dairy farms, just figuring out the generational transfer, and just so many young people don't want to get into dairy, and so many farmers aging out. So that just, you talk to farmers and there's that constant concern. And even those that do have children, this farm in Jericho, there are kids involved there, but they're thinking that the next generation is probably not going to want to do dairy. They're going to want to do some other kind of ag venture. So that's a constant concern as well. Those are kind of the two big ones, not having money to invest in capital improvements, and then who's going to take over the farm for the next generation.
Questions? No questions. I have a very quick question. Jen, if you mentioned the PES report, when is that coming out?
Yeah. So I believe, and Stacy, correct me if I'm wrong, there'll be an interim report by the end of this year and then the final report at the beginning of 2023. Is that right, Stacy?
Yep, you've got that right.
Okay, and just, are there other reports and studies, the analysis you did of the farm viability program, if you guys could submit that, that would be very helpful. And any other reports, we'll hear obviously from Ellen and Gil, and that's why they're here, but so we'll hear about those reports. But any other documentation analysis of the industry that you guys could provide would be super helpful.
Okay, all right. I believe we previously provided, but I'll double check the study that we did around the need for farm worker housing. I'm pretty sure that that's been submitted, but not to this particular group. So I'll follow up with that.
Okay, and any other analysis you've done of the different reports that you folks have been at now for 35 odd years would be really helpful, just to fill out the record. Thank you. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy and Liz. And thanks for helping us with time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ellen.
Hello there. Good morning. So this is the first time I've done this, so I have glasses on. I'm vaccinated. Can I go like this when I'm gonna speak, or do I need to have this on?
Mike is Mr. O'Grady. Mr. O'Grady. Are you on there, Mike O'Grady?
I can try to work it if you did.
Ellen, did you hear Ellen's question about taking her mask off with her glasses fogging up? What is the protocol, or what is the rule?
I don't know if that has been addressed. I think if she slid the mask down over her nose so that it didn't fog, I think that would probably be okay.
Not most of it.
Bobby suggested at the last meeting that if the witness was eating, then they could take their mask off, but we didn't stop that.
But we got some cookies coming.
Yeah.
So I do have a couple of extra copies of the full plan. I don't know if you wanted to.
I have one.
That'd be great.
Jackie.
I've got one too.
Oh, there we
You
go.
want, we're good. Mike can have this for your own purposes.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and also thank you so much for the work that you're doing on this task force. I'm hoping that you're gonna come up with some good strategies. So what I thought I'd do is to walk through a couple of sort of key background, and then I'm really going to key in on the strategies that are in the plan, and in particular in both the dairy brief and the cheese brief, because I think that there are some strategies that might be of interest to the task force in terms of moving forward. And then at the very end, and this in my testimony, I'm hoping Mike can help me later with the fifth page of, I've got a little bit of a diagram that I did up that's very simple, but I'm hoping that it might help frame and orient some of the strategies that you come up with that might go in your report in terms of where they might intersect with the needs of both farms, dairy farmers and dairy processors. So for the record, Ellen Kaler, Executive Director of Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund. And as you may know, we were created by an act of the legislature in 1995 to nurture the sustainable development of Vermont's economy. One thing you may not know is that we administer a deep dive business coaching program with a stable of 8 highly experienced C-suite coaches, and we are part of VHCB's Farm and Forest Viability Network. And we can work with value-added dairy producers. We don't work with dairy farms that are just producing commodity milk for fluid milk purposes, but we can work with those that are vertically integrated and or that are value-added. And that's really because of the experience of our coaches. So for instance, over the last 10 years, we have worked with the owners of Crowley Cheese, Kimblebrook Farm, Butterworks Farm, Wilcox Dairy, and we're just about to get underway with a scope of work working with the owners of Monument Farms, Baybridge. Those, you all know that in 2009, we were tasked with running the managing and administering the Farm to Plate Investment Program. And that was to create and strengthen, create a strategic plan for 10 years to strengthen Vermont's food system. And as you may or may not remember, there was a pretty extensive report on the dairy industry, which was included in that first plan and had a number of recommendations. So I have a link in my testimony in case Mike wants to also grab that to put up because it is fairly extensive. There was a dairy working group, which Jackie was very involved with, as well as Red Shepard and Jane Clifford and a number of other dairy farmers. And that worked for 2 years together on looking at possible strategies. And at that time, there was a lot of discussion around the need for farms really being run like businesses. And I recall that Red Shepard and then Jackie and Jane and others really got on board with this notion of creating a higher level business assistance program. And that became known as Dairy Vision, which then was set up and Jackie ran for a while. And for lack of funding, I think didn't end up being long-term, but the concept of bringing in experts to work in a coaching model with dairy farmers, I think still really is important. And that was an idea that had legs back in the day of the first plan. So then in 2019, the legislature reauthorized the Farm to Plate Investment Program. And this past February, we released that plan. And that includes 54 product, market, and issue briefs that are relevant, many of which are relevant to the dairy industry, including briefs on dairy, cheese, school food procurement, major metropolitan markets, marketing, labor and workforce, compost, climate change, water quality, payment for ecosystem services, consumer demand, business technical assistance, access to capital, succession, and supporting future farmers, just to name a few. So while we didn't have, for instance, a brief specifically on the federal milk marketing order, it is referenced in the dairy brief, and there are a lot of strategies, as you well know, that can support both dairy farmers as well as dairy processors. And all of those briefs are available online, both in one document, but then we've also published each of the individual briefs. So we have a copy of the cheese brief and the dairy brief for you today, because I think that there's quite a lot of relevance strategies in there that's worth your consideration. Also, I would encourage you to take a look at pages 30 through 33 in the plan, because there are a number of what we call high priority strategies that will maybe be of interest to you all. So for instance, number 5 is support the stabilization, revitalization of the dairy industry through a comprehensive dairy products marketing program focused on quality that would assist producers with limited marketing budgets, by expanding opportunities to differentiate the milk supply by supporting farmers and processors to increase production capacity for higher attribute milk, and to increased capital investment in funding for dairy processing, storage, co-packing, particularly cheese, yogurt, and butter. We've also have a strategy around making significant investments in storage, processing, and distribution infrastructure in the state, in order to enhance product innovation and quality across Vermont, many food products, expand regional market access for businesses, and increase the resilience of our local supply chain. Something that was very prevalent during COVID was the fragility of our national supply chain. So expanding and strengthening our regional markets and our regional distribution nodes, we think is very important to be looking at. And we think there's a need for additional investments in new facilities, upgrades and maintenance of existing facilities, energy efficiency and renewable energy incentives for food system infrastructure. As Lisa mentioned, there's a need for additional business assistance providers to work with farms, specifically called out was 4 additional service providers to work with dairy farms specifically around succession planning. While a lot of strides have been made, and as Liz talked about, a lot of additional capacity has come online to work with dairy farmers in particular around succession planning. We know that it's still not enough. It's not happening fast enough. It's not happening with enough farms that are in need of doing that succession planning. So additional funding to support additional boots on the ground service providers around succession planning is of need. One of the things that came out a lot is the need for cohort-based trainings and mentorships in the form of farmer-to-farmer and business-to-business education. We know that the 3 farmers watershed alliances, all on some level, that's part of what they do. But there's other additional funding to support more of that kinds of educational farmer-to-farmer, business-to-business supports could be really helpful because, well, we know from our coaching program that CEOs and farmers tend to learn best when they're talking to each other. So facilitating more of that kind of interaction is very helpful, could be very helpful. There's some marketing strategies. We also want to echo what has been said by VHCB to support the recommendations coming out of the Payment for Ecosystem Services Working Group. There is also something that I think would be very helpful, and I think you're going to hear more of this in the coming session, is the need to have a couple of staff positions at the Agency of Agriculture to serve kind of like an ombudsman. I know this has been an idea that's been around for a long time, but there are so many state and municipal permits. It's only getting more complex. There's less and less time that farmers and food manufacturers have to devote to getting those permits. And having somebody at the Agency of Agriculture whose job it is to really be the person that helps to navigate through the system and who can really make sure that you're basically cut down the amount of time that it takes to go through the permitting process. So it's not to say don't wipe away the permits. It's how do we facilitate and strengthen the ability to move through that process faster. We've also called out, which I'm sure that you all are also advocating for reform to the immigration and labor laws from the US on the federal level, that is making it, continues to make it very challenging to have the kind of labor that we need here in the state to support the industry. And then specifically in the dairy brief, which the lead author of which was Laura Ginsburg, and had contributors including Brent and Rachita Beidler, Jeremy Stevenson, Tom Bivens, Jen Lambert, Amy Richardson, Abby Korse, Ingrid von Steenberg, Dana Benjamin, Roland Rainville, all contributed to that brief. There's a number of, there's 5 main recommendations that are specific to that brief that I think might be worth taking a look at. And in that dairy brief, it's the longest brief, as it should be, given the size and scale of the industry. But it's broken into sections that may also be of relevance as you think about the kinds of strategies you want to put forward around scale bifurcation, consumer trends, forage-based production systems, value-added processing, and then alternative milk pricing strategies in particular. So there's a couple of recommendations related to more cohort learning groups and mentorship, helping young people get onto farms and learning the practice of farming, especially if they don't come from a dairy farming background, but they have an interest in it. The Dairy Grazing Apprenticeship Program at UVM Extension is a great model. They do not have sufficient funding to meet the needs and the interest that is out there. So that's an area where a little bit of money goes a long way. They indicated that $12,000 per farmer / mentee relationship can really support for a whole year that relationship. We thought about, what about if you had the Community Commerce and Community Development's remote worker program also include defraying the costs of new dairy farm families wanting to come to Vermont. As we know, there's an overall worker shortage. And if we have some folks that are getting out of dairying and we're looking to keep that land in production, maybe there's somebody in a different state that might want to come here, and why not support them in some way in making that transition? We want to make sure that we're maintaining the current processing capacity in the state, and we know how expensive that equipment is. So taking a look at what our existing processing facilities need, paying attention to whether they are investing in those plants and equipment, making the upgrades, making the improvements, doing the maintenance, can be a signal as to whether or not sort of how those businesses are doing and whether or not they may need some additional funding support. Then we want to promote expanding opportunities to differentiate the milk supply by supporting farmers and processors who want to transition or increase production capacity for higher attribute milk, which could be grass-fed, could be organic, could be GMO-free, and that is really responsive to the consumer trends and positions Vermont really as a leader in these innovative dairy production methods. And then in the cheese brief, one of the things that was promoted was to align the dairy cooperative system with in-state cheese making in order to embrace more types of milk storage, including cheese quality milk and raw milk for cheese production. So there's a feeling that there's not enough infrastructure, especially storage, segregation types of equipment that would really support increasing cheese production in the state. We have been here about also working with the congressional delegation to support overhauling the milk classification system to better embrace Vermont's needs and future growth trends. So again, it's sort of like, how do we get more cheese quality milk being produced that's really designed for, generated for the cheese making industry, which then gets the kind of both the higher price point available for that cheese, and also has that strong Vermont brand orientation to it, and is getting out there in the marketplace, is also more shelf stable than fluid. And in particular, to clarify and codify cheese labeling nomenclature. Now, I am in no way, shape, or form a cheese expert, but if you want to explore any of these, there's, as you know, plenty of folks that can talk to you about this. But the folks that were part of that cheese brief felt like there was some additional need for some changes to the classification system that would really benefit Vermont cheesemakers by having some additional labeling nomenclature. And there's a few others that I won't, for the interest of time, won't get at. The one thing that I do think, you know, it was great, really wonderful that you put $1.2 million towards farm worker housing. Given the level of ARPA funds available, and given that the legislature has held back and not designated all of where those funds are going to go, I just really encourage you to take a look at VACB's farm worker housing report, and which I haven't actually taken a look at yet, but to the extent to which it has some quantification of need. Because if I were to guess, and Jen, I don't know if you have this off the top of your head, my guess is the order of magnitude of what is really needed in terms of farm worker housing is probably more like a $20 to $30 million play rather than 1.2. And the reason for that is, you think about just the kind of the real pressure that the housing market is under. Houses are being sold for $500,000 more than asking price in certain parts of the state. In Cabot, as Jackie knows, they're now down to they've cut back 2 days a week of wrapping and cutting at the Cabot plant because they don't have enough workers. And part of why they don't have enough workers is because those workers don't have access to housing that they can afford. So figuring out how do you not only have on-farm housing, but then housing that remains perpetually affordable for farm workers in adjacent communities. So maybe it's not on the farm, but it's in the town where a dairy processor or a dairy or a large group of dairy farms are, would be useful to spend some time thinking about the order of magnitude that's really needed. And then finally, Mike, if you have the ability to just pull up the graphic on the 5th page. I think about things very much from a business perspective of revenue and expenses. Dairy farms are businesses, dairy processors are businesses. They have different revenue generating strategies, and there's different ways that they address their expenses. And so just to help my own self in preparing for today with you all was to just sort of really think about what are the ways to increase revenue on dairy farm. If you center dairy farmers, if you focus on dairy farmers and you come from their vantage point, what are the revenue increasing strategies and what are the expense decreasing strategies? And many of them already are in existence, but it might be a useful framework as you think about how to prioritize your strategy is to think about it in terms of, okay, is this strategy something that's going to increase the revenue of dairy farmers and dairy processors? Is it a strategy to reduce expenses of dairy farmers only, or just dairy processors only? Like to just figure out where things are landing. And so I broke it down in terms of strategies that center farmers and then strategies that center processors. And you might probably do well when you take a look at this.
Ellen?
Yes.
I don't know where you want me to go.
Oh, sorry.
I included the website like that you sent. Is that what you're?
No, my testimony.
Oh, you're written testimony.
Yeah.
Ellen, if I don't mean to interrupt,
Yes.
but I have to. Gil is on a bit of a tight
Yes.
time
I'm
schedule.
happy to stop.
Well, no, do you have a few minutes if we let Gil speak and then you could come back?
Sure.
How's your time situation?
I have an 11 o'clock with the speaker pro tem, so I have to be out of here by 10:11.
Okay, so
I'm happy to just let it go there because you've got so much that you can,
why don't, if it's in your testimony,
yes.
so why don't we see if there are questions? And then can you stick
Yes.
around while they're talking, and then if there's time
Yeah.
available,
Sure.
talk some more?
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be great.
Well, we could ask our questions then as well if Gil's really.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Is that, are you?
yeah, that's completely
You're
fine.
flexible? That's
Absolutely,
terrific.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
I know that one, Gil. I know that one.
Good morning.
Yep.
I'm Gil Livingston. Thank you for your patience with my schedule. I'm a happy client of Dr. Brian Arrows from Mansfield Orthopedics, who 2 months ago today replaced my left hip. He wants to see me, so I need to get up to Morrisville. So thank you for the time consideration. Again, I'm Gil Livingston. I live in Burlington. I'm happily retired, formerly was the president of the Vermont Land Trust. And I appreciate the invitation to come talk. And let me start by really thanking each of you individually for decades-long, in many cases, commitment to focusing on sustainability, economic sustainability of dairies in Vermont. And frankly, I was heartened to see the charge of the task force, time for bold action, for substantial basic structural change. So I appreciate that's the starting point for this group. Let me remind you one more time, I'm not a dairy expert. I did work at the Vermont Land Trust for 27 years, last 10 as the president. During that time, I was fortunate to have substantial contact with dairy farmers of all shapes and sizes, right, with VHCB strong assistance and the support of the legislature in a variety of different ways. Conserved hundreds of dairy farms during that time frame and supported the transition of dairy farms over that period. Jack, you asked before we got started what I've been doing with my free time. Here's part of it. So I joined with Roger Albee and Will Rapp, who was the founder of Gardner Supply, in putting together a citizen conversation, about 20 of us, to talk about the twin crises of dairy-related water quality and dairy economic distress. So we spent a fair bit of time learning, intensely learning about each of those, and the interrelationship between those two challenges, which, as we heard this morning, from my friends at VHCB, there's not a separation between water quality and economic distress. That they're linked problems. And so in March of 2019, that group issued something we call the call to action extensive report, which Mike, I think, has been made available to the task force. And I'll refer to that in a moment. And I need to call out my friend Heather Darby, who was an active, persuasive member of that group throughout. And then there are many themes that repeated themselves during that conversation. One was that the environmental community in Vermont should be natural allies of dairy leaders in Vermont. And an effort should be made to try to build relationships. So in a somewhat insane process, perhaps, I convinced my friend Dave Marvin to join me in facilitating. I think we had 6 conversations, quiet conversations, day long, with the leaders of Vermont's premier environmental organizations and an equal number of dairy leaders. The goal was to see whether that large group could articulate a shared set of goals, a shared vision around the future of dairy farming in Vermont, and especially linked to environmental values, but then also to articulate a set of shared objectives and perhaps work together. And frankly, so our last meeting was December 2019. I would say that process was only partially successful. Great relationships were built. A shared vision was articulated. But frankly, the dairy folks in the room had much, much more at stake personally, from their family relationships, community relationships, financially, than the environmental folks. And that dynamic made the conversation difficult. And second, and I'm one of those environmental people, I think the environmental community expects to be in a negotiation, and the farmers were not there to negotiate. They were there to develop relationships and try to solve problems together. So we took a time out. I think those relationships still exist, conversations continue. But we then turned to a set of interviews, which I think has been called the Vermont Farmer Voices Project. And again, my friend John Roberts was one of 4 people, including myself, Abby Corse and Ginny McGinn from the Center for Whole Communities, who conducted a series of interviews, 25 farmer interviews, really over the last 9 months, to try to identify where leadership sits in the agriculture and the dairy community, what gets in the way of farmers participating in policy development, where are the obstacles, and what are some solutions, farmer-driven solutions. That work is just finishing. Expect a report in 2 to 3 weeks, and can get that to you when it arrives. But with that background, and I should note, I have to keep picking on Heather, but Heather and her colleague, Kirsten Workman, were among the 25 folks interviewed as part of that process. So a few reflections, I think some of which are obvious, many of which I think have surfaced already this morning. One is to state the obvious, and you know this better than I do. Farmers have a very strong land ethic and have increasingly taken the initiative to improve soil, water, wastewater, and waste management on Vermont farms. John could talk extensively about this. I think, as was reflected earlier by Jen, I think the public doesn't know the extent of voluntary farmer investment in water quality-based improvements. But we learned through the interviews and otherwise that farmers feel disrespected because the price they get for the product they generate does not begin to cover the cost of production. The price is unstable and unreliable. And the fact is that market consolidation and the milk market order are not serving Vermont farmers. And that feeling of disrespect that we heard from farmers is compounded by, again, I forget, Jen or somebody mentioned earlier, the tone of the public dialogue around water quality is often inaccurate and frankly, personally denigrating to farmers who are working hard to maintain good stewardship. So this leads, I think, what we kept hearing, farmers feeling not respected for their commitment to hard work, to soil management, and to their communities in Vermont. So that's sort of first point. Second point is we've heard a lot this morning about the multiple federal and state investments in water quality improvements, which is just terrific. However, you, I think, know as well as I that it's insufficient to the task. The availability of long-term substantial capital from the public sector to address the water quality problem is just not there. And frankly, political observation, I don't think it's fair to ask government to underwrite 100% of the cost of water quality improvement. So which gets to milk pricing. I would strongly encourage you to focus on a Vermont-based milk pricing system because there is a linkage to water quality, which is if farmers are fairly paid for their milk, they will, because they have a strong stewardship value around their land, they will invest and invest more in water quality, matching the federal and state money that's currently invested. Other pieces, right? You have all observed dairy farmers in emotional distress related to the financial conditions of their farm. And so in fairness, I don't know how they have the bandwidth right now to have a conversation about water quality when they're really focused on, kind of family and business survival. So an additional hope would be if there's fair milk pricing and that level of distress is relieved, more bandwidth to participate in solving water quality issues on a farm-specific basis. So I'll turn to two specific recommendations in that call to action I mentioned before. And Heather would do a much better job than I on this, so hopefully she can chime in. Right, Vermont has a regulatory system that's based on practices. You are measured based on what practices you have in place on your farm. It is not outcome-based. Farmers are not measured based on what the water quality impacts are on a whole farm basis. We've got to shift from regulating practices to setting outcome objectives. And there's several in the world. Again, my friend Roger Albee and others are better talking about this, but Lake Taupo in New Zealand is a contained watershed that has a pretty sophisticated system that's looking at nutrient management on a whole farm basis, looking at outcomes and not at practices. And there are other examples. As a companion to that, one byproduct of the current Vermont system is farmers to be creative. It's something of a one-size-fits-all system. And instead of setting outcomes and let farmers determine the best methodology, given their soils, their physical conditions, type of operation, they're essentially instructed to work with an existing portfolio of practices that may or may not be the best solution to water quality issues on each farm. So an outcome-based system would require another piece that Heather's advocated for, and that is a broad-based soil health measure. So a system to evaluate on each farm what the conditions, soil conditions are, healthy soil conditions are, farm by farm, both to establish a baseline, and I think represent what I think Stacy said before, which is the practices in Vermont around soil management shine by comparison to many other parts in the country. But beyond that baseline, also the foundation from which we can measure improvement over time. So a regulatory system that's farm-based with the soil health measure at its core, where we rely on whole farm plans to look at outcomes on the farm and not measure practices. Second recommendation I'd refer to, and again, I think Ellen just spoke to this. We heard repeatedly from farmers that in order to get access to technical assistance, design assistance, financial assistance for physical improvements on the farm, whether it be manure management or buffer strips or whatever investment, it's a highly fragmented system and involves multiple state and federal agencies, multiple funding sources, and farmers are, I think, overwhelmed by the task of having to figure out that complicated system. Instead, what the group focused on was essentially one-stop shop, not within any existing agency, but affiliated with the current system, an entity that's serving farmers in terms of farm-specific management planning, farm-specific infrastructure design, farm-specific financing for those improvements, and managing the contract relationship that's necessary to get that done. So really an efficient, service-driven, farmer-focused delivery system instead of a highly fragmented approach we have now. So kind of the core, right? This is not a new idea. And it's somewhat like the purchase of ecosystem services conversation. I would strongly encourage you to look at a Vermont milk pricing system that fairly compensates for milk, but ties that compensation to fulfilling a set of water quality goals under a system that's outcome-based and provides services efficiently to farmers. Beyond the survival of Vermont farms, as I said before, we will not achieve our quality objectives through government funding alone. It needs further investment. I'd also say there's news, and again, the VHCB folks alluded to this before. As we interviewed farmers in this recent round of conversations, pieces of good news popped up, one of which was many farmers reporting a lot of customer, neighbor, community support during the pandemic around access to healthy food, food resilience, and the importance of local farms to kind of long-term community health, community survival. So kind of a well of public support for farms, I think, as folks reported, has accumulated during the pandemic. And so if the task force does turn to looking at models like either Maine or Pennsylvania, which in the case of Maine involves public money invested to support low price, and Pennsylvania more complicated, but right, a system that sets pricing of dairy products sold in state. Both of those are going to require public support. But it did feel like, talking to the farmers we interviewed, that the pandemic has surfaced the kind of support that might provide the public will to support the milk pricing conversation. The last thing I'll say is, right, several of us have spent a lot of time together over the last 3 or 4 years with dairy leaders and environmental leaders. I frankly think there is an appetite for the two to work together. Frankly, in my old age, I'll say candidly, not in the State House, which for whatever reason tends to induce the two groups to fight with each other. But if the legislature expressed the political will to create a system that linked dairy pricing to water quality, I and several others would work hard to support a conversation among environmental leaders and dairy leaders around what that might look like. So let me stop there. Sorry to be a little breathless, hard with a mask. And I've got the same fogging problem that my friend had. Any questions? And I don't need to hold you because I know.
No, thank you very much, Gil. We're on time. We appreciate
Yeah.
your flexibility. Questions from the screen? I don't see any hands up. Questions for Gil? Question here from Bobby.
Yeah. Thank you, Gil, for coming this morning. I've thought for several years that the tension between ag and the environment was pretty crazy. Because if you work together, you accomplish usually your goal. And if you just sit there and bicker, you end up like the politics we see coming out of Washington. I was glad to hear you talk about that today. And I think like to measure the outcomes of projects would be the only way to really measure if you're going to improve soil health and soil growth. And I know Heather's into that, and John, and we did put money into a program this year through the agency to get that all started, and hopefully we'll get that report this next year. When you held your meetings and was getting ready to, or before you put out your report, but when you were holding those meetings, did you get much input on milk pricing from dairy farmers? Because in most businesses, if they're successful, they can invest in new equipment. They can invest in all types of updates. And, that's what our farmers should be doing, and have enough money so they're not polluters. And so the evil part of the whole process is not being able to earn enough money to cover the bills.
Yeah.
Did you pick that up from?
So, yes, thank you. We spent most of a full day, this perennial joke that maybe only Dan Smith understands the milk market order system. But we had several people organized largely around Tom Bell events do a half-day presentation about the origins and impact of the milk pricing system currently. Having said that, the group intentionally decided it was not tackling that as a challenge, observed it as a critical issue, but didn't feel it had the knowledge or capacity to do that. So I would say we had the conversation.
Yeah.
No solutions emerged.
Well, hopefully one will from all this.
Great.
Gil, could I just say, Roger always introduces me by saying there are 3 people in the country that understand milk prices, and 2 of them are dead, and then the third has Alzheimer's. This is me. So I'm not sure, thank you though. Jackie, question?
Well, the same question for Gil as I was going to ask Ellen. I love this ombudsman discussion. Is there a model somewhere that's in current state governments in Vermont or anywhere that you know of that? Because Ellen was kind of saying, put it in the Agency of Ag, and you're saying it needs to be an independent service provider that works with all these things, which in itself, I'm interested in that conversation. But I have heard that too, especially with the grants that were coming through the state. There's just nobody that knows all the ins and outs.
So, and I should chime in. Frankly, what we heard from dairy farmers was it's difficult to get technical assistance from agencies that are already also regulating you. And it's not like they don't trust individuals. It's the system is there to to supervise, regulate at the same time they're there to help you. And so there's just an inherent lack of trust in that framework, which is why pulling it out of the state agency was the goal. The only model that maybe comes anywhere close is, Southern Maryland used tobacco money to create a freestanding entity that provided direct technical assistance to farms, among other things. So it may be that some portion of that model might be applicable here.
Thanks.
John, I don't see hands. Any questions for Gil before we let him go? No, I think we're good, Gil.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gil.
Good luck at the doctor, Gil.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Smith, Senator Starr, Jackie, great to see you. Great to see everyone who's online. Paul Costello, Council on Rural Development. We've got a 20-year history of convening around the future of Vermont's working landscape. I'm less of a dairy expert than any of you, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak briefly. We've heard a lot about dairy and its importance, and we're still hearing it from Vermonters as they think about the future of our working lands and what the state could and should look like in the future. We started facilitating in this arena with Ag Viability Council in 2001 with Roger Albee, Steve Kerr, and others. Steve Kerr at that time was with the Holsteins Association, and then he became the Secretary of Agriculture. And he told us that of the 1,600 dairy farms, market conditions were going to be impacting them negatively, and we'd be down to about 600 by the year 2020. None of us would believe it. None of us wanted to believe it. And yet it was a very prescient prediction. As you know, Vermont has been the most dependent state in the country on one commodity, dairy, and a fluid milk market where we can't control the price, where we can't compete effectively at the same level as some Midwestern and other states, Western states, for scale and efficiency. And so we're fighting for position in a commodity market that doesn't reward our farmers at the level that they need to succeed. The Council on the Future of Vermont 2009 looked at the pressures of that reality. It's the largest scale analysis of Vermont values and priorities in Vermont history, as far as we can judge. The highest ranked public value in that process was the Vermont's working landscape and its heritage, with 98% just about of people supporting that value. And when people think about that heritage, they're really thinking about the legacy of dairy, opening land, keeping the land in production. We also did trend line analysis on everything from the number of dairy farms, teen pregnancy, forest products, mills, and saw some of that pressure. From there, we built the Working Lands Council, evaluated international models of working lands practices and incentives, and we compiled an evaluation of the last 50 years of studies of dairy policy in Vermont, which tend to, like this group, come up every 3 years or so when the market for dairy is in trouble and farmers aren't making enough to pay their bills. Every one of them talks about the critical importance of investing in diversification and value-added development. We ended up working with the legislature, with Senator Starr, with House Ag, to build Act 142, the Working Lands Enterprise Bill. We built a Working Lands Coalition that does bridge the environmental movement and forest products and agriculture, with everyone from the Vermont Farm Bureau to the Sustainable Jobs Fund, NOFA, and BNRC as part of a big team. We're not trying to evaluate all the nuances of public policy around the intersection of environment and policy. We're trying to support the state's investment in value-added and diversification in really critical ways. This last year, with the leadership of Senate Agriculture, House Agriculture, and the growing importance of the Rural Working Group in the legislature, The legislature was able to add $5 million to the governor's recommendation to where we have $5,594,000 to invest in diversification, value-added development, and really see some critical work around sort of R&D funding that goes instead of to a university to the private sector to stimulate new jobs, shift value chains, like in the apple industry through Champlain Orchards, generate new marketplaces like through Black River Meats, where they've gone from just vegetables to building a much more sustained and expansive meat market. To invest in and created value-added development in the dairy industry, like Kingdom Creamery, supporting their progress to be able to build retail and capture dollars outside of the commodity economy, as well as Jasper Hill and places like that. We know that Vermont's local foods movement has been dramatically successful in spurring localized agriculture, expanding the amount of local foods we actually eat from 5% to over 13%, well documented by the Sustainable Jobs Fund and Farm to Plate in the last 10 years, creating thousands of new jobs. And we've seen tremendous progress in value-added processing, cheeses, yogurts, ice creams, myriad value-added products that are growing substantially in Vermont. But that doesn't take us out of the fact that fluid milk is in a race to a bottom in the global economy that doesn't reward the scale or size of Vermont operations. And that puts pressure on farmers in ways that have already been mentioned by and Bobby Starr. Bottom line is we're not paying the appropriate value to those who work the land in Vermont. The risks, the blood, sweat, and tears of farm families trying to make a decent living have not been rewarded with compensation at a level to provide sustainable production that can support families. The growth of herds, land use, water quality issues follow from these imperatives in the marketplace. We need to look at the value chain for milk and value-added production and look at solutions ranging from opportunities for voluntary vertical integration to cooperative partnership among value-added partners, providing higher payment to Vermont back to the working stewards of our dairy land. Currently, we've been gathering testimony from thousands of Vermonters. We've heard from 4,000 Vermonters with their ideas toward propositions for the future of Vermont. Fundamental things that we should be working to accomplish in the next few years to be successful for the next generation. And this is a time of dramatic change. In this discussion, working lands and agriculture has not been a peripheral subject. It's been central to the concerns of Vermonters. Like the work that Bobby Starr and Dan and Roger Albee have been doing for years and looking at the growth of capacity among producers who are using more milk in state in the current years, that the growth of that gives us leverage in the marketplace. Vermont can't finally subsidize the cost of milk, but working together, Vermont producers could conceivably build chains of custody, build partnerships with farms to together work cooperatively. Got a great history of cooperation in Vermont. The state has a role to play as a convener, but I applaud the work that you're doing to drive that kind of cooperative development for capturing dollars that get back to the farm in this next period. We need to recognize Vermont farmers for what they are, which is heroes and heroines of work who have produced the land that we love here in Vermont. They carry a heritage on their shoulders, in their muscles, and in their very bones. We owe much of the beauty and health of this state to them. They feed us, and in the coming climate dislocations we're going to face, their backbone is going to be essential to the viability of Vermont and beyond. So Godspeed in your deliberations. I hope you find ways to take this conversation from the philosophical to the very practical to drive the change that we're going to need to be successful into the next term of our dairy future.
Thank you, Paul. Questions from the Zoom participants. Bobby has a question while you're ruminating on the screen there. Mr.
Oh,
Starr.
thank you. Paul, have you ever had a request from any of the processors that bottle milk to take, here in Vermont, to take and add solids to their, because it costs money, to add solids to their 2%, 1% and skim products so that it would build a better taste, but yet it still stays at the 1%. And then you could get that into the schools because it meets the federal requirement. But it would taste so much better that it would enhance children to want to drink milk rather than drinking fruit juices and all these other drinks that, you know, skim milk isn't a very big taster, or 1%. It's mostly blue, pretty blue, instead of nice cream.
We haven't heard that from producers. We've heard from schools where we're working with a small town and they want to look at how they can better encourage young people to drink milk versus the alternatives that they're currently drinking.
So if we had a processor that wanted to try this, would these grants, would that apply to them, or could they apply for a grant?
Yeah, Act 142 is very explicit in suggesting or building an opportunity for a dairy operation to look at a value added or a production shift that would capture market, or a producer that was going to use that product to do exactly what you say. There's a lot of room in that statute for creativity in terms of transitions and value-added development.
Yep, thank you.
No questions. Two questions. One, I asked Jen for reports, so you've referenced a couple. So if you could provide us links to your prior reports, it'd be very helpful. Ellen provided them. Thank you. That's very helpful. So if you could do that, that would be great. And then Gil suggested that he thought one of the outcomes of the pandemic was some public will to advance the discussion on a connection between the farm price and water quality and soil health. He seemed to be adding as well. So I'm just wondering, in all the conversations you've had, what your observation has been on that point.
I've followed that conversation. I've been part of conversations with that team and with Chuck Ross and another team that has been considering some of the same issues. And I think there's merit in it. I also think that one of the greatest obstacles to progress is complexity, and building additional entities. Going, I like the ombudsman idea, and this was actually something that was recommended by the Working Lands Council back 12 years ago. And I do think that there's a possibility to have a division within the department of the Agency of Agriculture that would allow that person to be a state employee. I think that you multiply entities to where they're all competing factions and nobody, it's like, how do you systematize rather than develop new entities? So I would keep an eye on that as I was going forward. I think it's a good idea. I also think that it becomes more complex, and I think that the bottom line is if you're not changing the price that dairy farmers are actually getting by doing this, you're building more bureaucracy and you're making the world more complex. So I would have a scalpel to the fundamental purpose, knowing that the water quality issues are essential and are regulated. But I think the fundamental issue is the price to the farmer. Right?
The paper.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So any questions? No hands. thank you for your testimony. We understand you're retiring shortly.
That being said.
Thanks for all your years.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. It's been an honor to work with legislative leaders, with you, Senator Starr. I deeply appreciate the mission behind the work here at this table, and people like Representative Marcotte and Representative O'Brien. I see the secretary has just joined, and it's been the honor of my life to work with Vermont leadership dedicated to the progress of this state. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Enjoy. I think we're Anson, Secretary Tevitz and Mr. Collier are available a little bit earlier. You're still good, Ellen? We could, well, are you still good? Do you want to hear from them, or we don't mean to keep you? So we have a few minutes. Should we do that?
Sure.
Okay, let's
We
do
could
that.
wrap it up with Ellen.
Okay.
And Ellen, I can share page 5 of your presentation on the screens if you have.
Sure, if that's something that would be helpful still. Happy to answer whatever questions you have. Bye, Jen.
Well, you,
Okay.
if you wanted to, if you just
Yeah,
point to your, you're gonna put it up, Mike?
Here it is. That's great.
yeah,
Let's get right beyond your.
yeah, that's great, thanks.
I have to say, even if I was 15 and had good eyes.
I know,
Okay.
Yeah.
It is a challenge. So, you know, what I was trying to go from the standpoint of what can Vermont farmers and dairy processors actually control? And then what can the legislature, agencies, congressional delegations, and industry leaders control and influence? That's the frame that I started with. And then obviously there's some key factors. Ownership matters. Leadership matters. Values that we bring to all of this work, from quality, from water quality, all those things matter. Scale is a factor, different size scales of both processors as well as producers. And then one of the big things out of our control is consumer trends and consumer demand. And so how do we ensure that the dairy industry is continuing to be responsive to consumer trends? So I was really trying to think about it from a standpoint of, instead of just like this all-encompassing dairy industry, if we actually think about some strategies that, you know, what are the strategies that are going to work for the small number of large farms who are selling into their co-ops? Like, what do they really need? And then what do medium farms need if they're going to get bigger and survive? Because we know that it's really challenging to survive where we've seen a hollowing out of the middle size of farms. And then we've got these large numbers of small farms who a lot of them make differentiated products. Some of them are selling their excess for balancing into co-ops, but they tend to have a lot of more focus on attributes and components. And then you've got some independent farms that are just selling into, say, Booth Brothers. What are their needs? And then you've got these independent cheesemakers who sell, who are both making their own and selling into co-ops. And then you've got some farms that are vertically integrated. So like, what are those common, so you may find a couple of common threads, like the milk pricing system that impacts all of them. But then what are those other kinds of strategies where they might meet the needs of certain types of dairy farms and certain types of dairy processors more than others? But if you have a balance of those strategies, then you can in fact piece together, sort of puzzle piece together a whole package that can meet the more of an individualized, as Paul used, scalpeled approach to providing the opportunity for dairy farms and dairy farm processors to thrive and not just be, you know, just get by. So that was really the frame that I was taking it at. And I don't want to take your time to go through all of the specifics in the boxes, but just simply to say that was the frame of reference that I brought to it that may or may not be helpful to you. And then the third box over there on the right is those strategies that I think are most suited for, and many of them you're already doing, that government and industry associations can do. And again, it was more just as a way of differentiating, like, all right, these different strategies around federal pricing, or around affordable housing for the dairy industry, or around Working Lands Enterprise Fund, to just really think about like who are they targeted for and best serve, and then what are also those things like the agency's communication strategy that Anson and his team have been doing, and the Dairy Business Innovation Center funding work that can in fact support the totality of the industry. That just sort of breaking things down in that way might give you some additional ways of thinking about your final report and the kinds of things that you might suggest going forward, if that's helpful. And of course, there is that interplay. That's where the arrows come in, the interplay between the decisions that processors make impact farmers, the decision that farmers make impact processors. It is a two-way street, but each is run as an individual business, and each makes decisions from a rational actor model perspective, right? Milk prices, that's going to also impact processors, but it's also going to potentially mean increased production on the farmer side, which then has that, as we all know, that loop effect of supply and demand. So it's just, it's so complex, as you all know, and as Paul was alluding to. How do we break down the examples or the strategies that you might do into ways that try to sort of tease out that complexity and get at a more focused approach in our strategy making, if that's helpful.
Very helpful. Thank you. And thanks for the explanation, so that we can look at it with that in mind. Mike, can you put there we go. Questions for Ellen from remote.
This is John. I'm not really have a question, Alan. I love this last chart you just shared. I mean, I think it gives a very good linear description of some of the issues. I was curious though, has anybody ever mentioned what's called A2 milk to you as a possibility for Vermont?
Yeah, there was actually, I also serve on the Working Lands Enterprise Board, and I remember that a few years ago, there was an application of a small farm that wanted to do A2 milk processing. I'm not remembering what the result of all that was, but I think that what I try to do is capture that in attributes. You know, A2 is an attribute, and just like GMO free would be an attribute, or grass fed would be an attribute. So I think the question is what's the consumer demand for those products, and what is the processing needed? Can that be serviced just by an on-farm processor, or does it need to go, like if many different farmers wanted to go that route, is there currently a plant that could segregate the milk in a way just like they do with organic, for instance, where those attributes could be preserved so that the marketing and consumer facing marketing could really then potentially get that higher price to those farmers.
Right. Thank you. And just for those who may not know what A2 milk is, and hopefully I've got this right, it's a measure of a type of protein that is in the milk and is genetically linked to. Thank you.
Heather.
Great, thank you. Hi, Ellen.
Hi,
Heather. We've kind of heard this a lot, like consumer demand, consumer demand, consumer demand. Where's that data? Where's the information? How do we know what the consumer demand is? Because I think we all have lots of different ideas, I guess, about, we could have non-GMO milk, or all grass-fed, or I don't know, more cheese. But do we actually know what the consumers want from dairy at this point? And how do we how do we capitalize on that? I mean, without knowing that, how do we even move forward unless we just decide that we're going to culture the demand by, you know, I don't know, marketing or whatever it is, we're going to make people want it. Anyway, I'm just wondering, with all your work, Ellen, is that data exist? I feel like we've been told, no, we don't have enough money in the state to get the data, but if we're really committed to, you know, keeping dairy, isn't that critical to even moving forward?
Yeah, it's a good question. And I don't know whether in the past sessions that you've had Laura Ginsburg come in from the agency to talk about the dairy, the milk, the dairy market assessment report that came out in February of 2020. Have you seen that, Heather? Because that really tried to get at that. And one of the things that it pointed to was that while there has been a decrease of consumers in drinking fluid milk, dairy consumption overall has gone up over time and continues to go up. And that is because it's in yogurt and cheese and ice cream and other types of dairy related products. So the question is, you know, you take a look at the way that Cabot has really invested in their marketing and in a whole slew of additional consumer facing products and controlling shelf space at supermarkets, getting more and more cooler space, for instance, for their products because they have more SKUs. You know, I think looking at that, I don't think that the Cabot would have gone into that if they didn't have the indication that consumers were going to be responsive. And so I do think that that level of packaging matters, differentiation in the marketplace matters. That's just, I mean, it's not just limited to dairy. I mean, this is just the way it is for all products, right? You have to be able to be responsive to what consumers are wanting. You take a look at the packaging on some of these alternative beverages and the storytelling that goes on, and you compare that to a clear plastic jug of fluid milk that has nothing but, you know, a very simple nutrition information label on it. And if you're a consumer, what's going to be more eye-catching? You have to be like really committed to that gallon or half gallon of fluid milk that doesn't have any interesting packaging when there's all this new stuff out on the market and all this marketing support behind it. There's just more competition. So how do we help the dairy community in Vermont and the region really in essence, up their game on some of the marketing that's being done? And I think Cabot's been doing a great job from what I've been able to see, just, you know, the consumer just observing when I go into the store.
Thank you. John?
Thank you, Dan. Ellen, I could ask this question, I guess, of any of our witnesses today or even members of the committee, but you're the lucky one. Just looking at what we're doing here, and I think of all the good work and really smart people who are committed to Vermont agriculture and dairy. And I think, have you ever done any exercises on what the Vermont dairy landscape would look like without any of these programs? Like if you took away what the agency does, or Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund, or VHCB, or the Vermont Land Trust, NOFA, et cetera, what would the landscape look like? Because the dairy industry is under so much stress with all these great programs, and we're still shedding dairy farms, every year. So have we been missing something?
No, I mean, I think you raised, it's another useful sort of question to ask, to come at, one, the importance of the programs that we have, but secondly, to hit home the importance of the dairy industry in terms of keeping the landscape looking like we're used to it looking, right? Well, I think that's where so much of the concern is that as we lose large animal agriculture, the land for that, the pressure for housing, the pressure for it going back to forest is very high. So it comes down to a matter of what do we value as Vermonters? Do we want, which kind of a future do we want? And then how do you build both the regulatory and the public supports systems around that, which is in essence what we've been doing over the last, decades upon decade. And even with all of that, the conditions are constantly changing, right? The market forces are constantly changing, and we have to be able to adapt to that. And that's what I think you all are in part trying to figure out, is how do we adapt to that?
John, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I was just thinking, it seems like if we brought in, Bain or McKinsey Consulting, and they looked at our dairy farms, I don't think they're going to come up with a way to make $5 100 milk, because dairy farmers are smart. They're incredibly frugal. A lot of smart people, in state government or not for profits have looked at this a long time. And so, but over and over, I keep thinking it's that separation between what it costs to make 100 weight and your mailbox check is the problem here. And since, there's no separation between those two, if there was, right, all these other issues like you brought up in the briefs, like succession, would not be such a problem, that people can make money with dairy. But it's hard to, to want to go into a business when your parents or the farmer down the road hasn't made any money in 20 years. Anyway, Bobby.
Yeah.
Senator Starr.
John, to answer some of your questions, we've known the answer to your question for 20 odd years. And we tried to solve that with the Dairy Compact, which went well for 5 years or a little more. And I don't think we lost hardly a farm during that period of time. These other programs that we have set up was always meant to complement a fair price for milk regulated by the feds, but the feds have not picked dairy as a major issue and have never recommended any changes. Well, the last ones that were recommended cost our farmers money. And instead of enhancing our price, it cost us more money. And of course, our job is with this task force, is to try to enhance the milk price with all these other issues, other funded issues that we have put together. We shouldn't be losing 40, 50 farms a year. I mean, there's no way that we should do that. And as Stacy mentioned early in our testimony today, we're way ahead of Maine. We're way ahead of New Hampshire as far as she was concerned in our environmental issues and things. But we don't always promote that and don't get much credit for it. But the feds have got to, or we have got to pick up and get to the table and enhance that pay price.
Did you have a question?
No, just that I'm hoping John will be with us on that whole thing when we get to it.
I have one quick question.
Oh, sorry, Jackie.
That's okay. A lot of talk on technical service providers. Does anybody have a clue how many there are in the state and what their client, how many clients they have at any one time? I heard, I think it was Jen talk about 150 to 200 farms per year, but I just wonder how many PSPs we have in this state.
I don't.
Related to dairy.
Yeah, I don't know that. I would suggest asking Liz that question specifically. Okay. But when we went through all those briefs, what we asked the writers of those briefs was, if you're recommending additional people, boots on the ground, how many are needed? Mm-hmm. And we came up with, I think, 44 in total across all the different briefs, all different types of needs. So I think it does suggest that of those we have, it's insufficient for the actual need. As you know, dairy succession planning is a multi-year effort, and it's very complex and legal issues and all sorts of emotional issues. So it's not something that you can do quickly, but we're at that threshold where we need more people who have the experience to reach more farms with that need.
So if we wanted to know, so we can go back and ask
Yeah.
Liz, but so if somebody wants to find a technical service provider, that's the first place they go, and then they have their listing must be, because I heard the Intervale and NOFA and
Yes.
UVM extension, and to me, it gets a little confusing again, because there's just not one person.
No, but it goes, you're absolutely right. And that's why Liz and Ella before her set it up the way they did, right? They are the portal. so to
Conduit,
speak.
okay.
You go in there and then you fill out their very simple application, and then they match you up with the service provider. So if you're an organic dairy farmer, you're gonna get moved to NOFA or maybe Intervale. If you're like a large, you're gonna go to UVM extension. So that is handled that way, but there's a difference between business assistance, right? Which is like business planning and succession planning and those kinds of things, versus technical assistance, which is the kind of stuff that Heather Darby and Christy Workman and all that do, that is much more specific to very, technical things. That community does not have a similar entity providing that umbrella portal. That was one of the things that we realized, was that there's many more technical assistance providers that are needed, more boots on the ground, many of which need to be homed at UVM extension. But the funding model for UVM extension is challenged.
Yes.
And then there's no entity whose job it is to be that portal to then say, oh, you need agronomy support, unless you know that it's Heather and her team. How do you, you have to ask around.
Yeah, that's one of my confusions when I hear about all of this, and I'm not even involved in it, just trying to get the farmers to it.
Yeah.
But it's very confusing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your,
And thank you so much.
Thank you for this.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks for waiting.
Right.
thanks for your tolerance on schedule. Appreciate it. Hanson, we were ahead and we apologize for being a little bit behind, but thank you for your indulgence. And Secretary Tebbets, welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you, committee. It's great to be with you to talk about dairy, and I appreciate all the folks who are testifying prior to me. They're putting their heart and soul in the working landscape, and they're doing a lot of work in assisting what we're trying to do. And I really appreciate a lot of great minds are working on this, and I appreciate their support and their advice as well. So I'm at your disposal. I don't know where you want me to begin. I know you sent over a series of questions, and I can begin on those, or if you just want to start asking questions, I can go forward with that.
I think if you can start with responding to the questions in terms of what has been proposed out of the agency. I think the obvious most specific proposal was the supply management piece. So if you could speak to that and where that has gone, and anything else that speaks to the future.
Sure.
Coming out of the agency and obviously the Innovation Center.
Thank you. Yeah, well, why don't we begin with the Milk Commission. So the Milk Commission did a lot of great work in 2019. And I think the last time we had a discussion was 2020 on this. And the Milk Commission worked on a supply management system. And I'll just go over the high level recommendations of that report. It's a growth management program. And there were 4 key components to that. And any dairy pricing stabilization program would need to be implemented at the national level. That was the consensus of the Milk Commission. So once again, we're challenged that we need to work at the national level for this to be effective. Dairy farmer representation is critical on a board that works with the federal government. So that was a critical component of this plan that we put forward. A program must not have barriers to new farmers starting dairy farming operations. We had a long discussion about this If you're going to limit the supply, what about a new farmer that wants to come along? What about a second generation, third generation? How would you transfer that operation along as well? So they wanted to make sure there were no barriers if someone wanted to get into dairy farming in Vermont or across the country. And we discussed the fourth component was a two-tiered stabilization program is preferred. So those were the four main components of that. And there's a lot of complexities with that. So we would hand that off essentially if we could get USDA to go along to take a serious look at this, they would set up a working group and try to work on this Milk Commission report. We've been, there's been other discussions as well at the national level with this. We were in contact with the Wisconsin Dairy Together group. They had a plan out there. I know the National Farm Bureau had a plan that they were working on that worked on a stabilization plan. So there were a number of groups out there that were, kicking the tires on this and doing some great work on all this. And right now we're kind of in a holding pattern. During that period of time, there was not a strong appetite in USDA with that administration that was there to take this up seriously and look at it. And I think probably from your research, you understand that dairy sometimes is very regional. And that's where it really comes really challenging to change the system, because what may work in the East may not be favorable to works in the West, and what works in the West may not be good for the Midwest, and what works for the South may not work for the West. And so it gets really regional on dairy policy. But there were a number of groups that were working on this. And of course, to the north of us, the Canadian system, they have a system in place. And if you talk to the farmers up there, they welcome that plan. So that's where we are on the Milk Commission report. It's there. In the middle of it, of course, we had COVID, which I think really derailed a lot of the work that was underway with serious policy discussions and trying to grow this on the grassroots level moving forward. At that point, it turned into the crisis mode, and that was when we pivoted to working on trying to get as much assistance to our dairy farmers as we can because of the national and international disruption of COVID. So that's the Milk Commission study that we did on supply management, a growth management plan, and I'm happy to take any questions you have on that if that's appropriate at this time, or I could continue on.
I guess if you want to continue on, we'll save questions for the conclusion of your testimony.
Okay. Also, at that time, we were working on, we had a significant dairy summit that we held in Jay, which started the ball rolling about what can we do within our borders really to support our farmers. So we called together numerous farmers, and it was attended by dozens of dairy farmers who came up to Jay for a day and a half, look at the dairy industry. And from that, we went to work and got some suggestions from various folks within the industry and also from the dairy farmers. And from that, we went to USDA and said, "Hey, look, we need some real assistance here. We're not going to look at pricing. That wasn't the charge of working on the pricing system, but what we can do to enhance dairy in Vermont," which grew out of the Northeast Dairy Business Innovation Center. And Vermont has that center, and that center is up and running and is starting to pay some dividends to our landscape. It looks at numerous things. It looks at new options, new alternatives. We had a discussion about technical assistance earlier. The Dairy Innovation Center now is funding some technical assistance at UVM Extension, filling some gaps there. That's been very helpful. During COVID, we were able to get some money to some of our dairy processors and dairy cheesemakers because they were losing their markets in the restaurants and institutions. They needed help getting to put their product in the mail. And it's really saved and really actually grown their businesses out of that, where we were able to get some marketing dollars to them. And that's helped them change their business model. And some of those cheesemakers are expanding or have plans to expand because their business model has changed. They have found that they can do quite a bit of business by putting cheese in a box and putting it in the mail. So the Northeast Dairy Business Innovation Center is helping there. We're also looking out for alternatives. It's funding grazing practices. There's some good research from the Dairy Innovation Center that these cohorts that we have created, there's one down in Rutland County and parts of Addison County, and they're working together on practices. They've been helping them help on feed costs. And one example, one farmer says he saved about $36,000 in his business model working on that. So we're funding operations like that. We're also looking at, there's some folks that are transitioning to goat dairies at a large scale. You talked about Working Lands program, the Working Lands program, and the Northeast Dairy Business Innovation Center got together and helped transition a major dairy of 300 cows with a plan to go to 1,500 goats because there's a tremendous need at Vermont Creamery for goat's milk. That was a significant change for this farm family. But I think if you talk with this family, they say that they have been quoted as saying that was their last option of saving that farm. They wanted to be continued in dairy. So they took a leap and they're working on in goats now. But I think without the funding of the Working Lands program and the Dairy Business Innovation Center and a lot of people working behind the scenes, I'm not sure that would have been able to be pulled off. So it's an example of other folks that may want to take that leap as well. Could they do it? It's just another option that we're giving our dairy farmers remaining in dairy, just a different animal that they're milking. And there's a number of other programs that we're looking at across the region, helping with agritourism through the Dairy Innovation Center, and just a host of other activities, looking at options outside of the normal business for that. So the Dairy Innovation Center is funded each year about $6.5 million for Vermont and the region, and we're very grateful that we have that support from Washington and the delegation and Senator Leahy, a champion of Senator Leahy, to make sure we get that funded. So that's starting to pay dividends, and I think will help our region over time, working with everything from value added to change of practices on the land for folks. That's the part about the Dairy Innovation Center. Some of your previous guests were talking about the environment and how that may play a role in how farmers are doing new practices to improve soil health. There are a couple of programs that we're encouraged about. One at the Agency of Agriculture that we got through the USDA NRCS. It's a pay for performance program, where if a farmer goes above and beyond the regulations that are in Vermont, which we know Vermont has probably the strongest regulations, water quality regulations in the country, they possibly could be rewarded for that. So that is a pilot program that's being run at the agency now. It's called Pay for Performance with USDA. The Vermont Land Trust has a similar program that they're enrolling farmers as well. So we're encouraged by those two. Those are just getting off the ground now. I think we've got about a dozen farmers that have enrolled in the Pay for Performance program at the agency. So that's going to be rolled out over the next few years. So we're encouraged by that program because it could possibly be another revenue source for our dairy farmers, taking care of the land, taking care of their animals, going above and beyond what's asked for them. because of the contributions that they're giving to society, including our robust tourism economy, really relies on a working landscape. It needs to be robust. It needs to be. We need to see open fields, vistas. We need to see animals. We need to see all of that, and that could play a critical role in the future for there. Also want to touch upon another group that we've been working with. The governor appointed the Future of Agriculture Commission, and that's working on all sectors of agriculture, all around, dairy, livestock, produce, value added, diversification, all part of the future of agriculture. But dairy, of course, has been a critical theme and topic of conversation during these commission meetings. We have various dairy representatives that sit on the commission, and we also understand that dairy is a critical component for the future of agriculture in Vermont. So that commission has been meeting. We have met 11 times since April, and our report is scheduled to be delivered to the governor on November 15th. And we've been looking at a few things related to the future of agriculture. We're looking at, how do we Vermonters benefit from a healthy and nutritious food and robust local food system. Obviously, that would help dairy. How should we best support ag business entrepreneurship, growth, and sustainability? How can we attract and support the next generation of Vermont farmers? You've heard this theme many, many times. There is a pressure point now of transition or getting new people into Vermont dairy. So the commission is looking at that. You've touched upon this one as well in your testimony. What are the best strategies to strengthen and support the Vermont brand? Great discussion about the Vermont brand. Do we do enough? Do we need to really define the Vermont brand and what it means to the consumer? And of course, dairy would be a critical part of that discussion. And also, what measures should we take to ensure the ag sector is inclusive, diverse, and accessible? So these are all some of the things that we're looking at with the Future of Ag Commission that the governor appointed. We're looking at some near-term vision aspects of this, but also some long-term, identifying some specific strategies that can achieve some of these goals. So that is underway. And then the final one, you had a question about there's some programs out there that the co-ops have undertaken since COVID. Some of them were started before COVID, but I think some of them were accelerated because of what was happening in the marketplace on the national and regional level with these co-ops. And you had a question about the base excess programs that were being managed. The agency does not have, direct control over those or have any real input on those. Those are controlled by the co-ops. We're aware of them. I know one of them probably would have not happened as fast as it did if it was not for COVID. And some of them have been around for a while around the country, but both of our major co-ops have those programs. But the agency doesn't have any really oversight or analysis of those programs. And one final thought is, as we've been discussing dairy, Vermont was successful in getting a national conversation to start a national conversation about these federal market orders, which I think many of us agree are not serving the farmer in the best interest as possible, but they're complex. Very few people understand them. They've been around since the 30s. But our goal is, I think in the end, these market orders should benefit the farmer. The farmer should be able to make a decent living. The processor and the handler should be able to make a decent living. And we also keep an eye on the consumer. So if we have that goal that all can kind of make a living off this, we might be successful. So recently, the National my national group, which is the secretaries and commissioners across the country, I put forth a discussion of it at a national meeting recently, and it got people coming out of the woodwork because they were very concerned. Again, our motives from the east may not be best interest of the Midwest or the West or California or the South. So we did make a little bit of progress. We are going to have a serious discussion with the secretaries and commissioners across the country. We are going to put together a working group with 2 secretaries or commissioners from each region and work on what could we bring forward at a national level that we could have a discussion and bring forward maybe for the farm bill that's coming up in Washington. So it is a heavy lift to get consensus based on national dairy policy. We do owe it to our farmers to have that discussion and do all we can to make it a better place for our dairy farmers. And we'll do that. So that discussion will begin, and hopefully over the next few months, we'll be able to come to some sort of consensus that we can put forward to the national stage so we can have a real discussion about dairy pricing policy across the United States. So with that, I think those are the questions you wanted me to address, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Anson, for surveying the landscape. Questions from remote members? John O'Brien.
Thanks, Dan. Anson, maybe Evie or Diane would know this if you don't. I just wondered how of our existing dairy farms in Vermont, how many produce milk and get paid essentially a wholesale price for it, as opposed to like vertically integrated? You know, I'm thinking of, say, dairy farmers around me. We've got, you know, Gary Mullen in Tunbridge ships to Organic Valley. I think the Peases ships to DFA, Peggy Ainsworth ships to Agrimark. And then there's Stratford Organic Creamery, which is, you know, getting something closer to retail for their milk. But I just wondered if there were statistics just to give us some idea of you know, who was closer to getting, you know, more of a retail price for their milk, and the rest of the dairy farms who are all getting something closer to that mailbox check.
I believe we can get you some data. Of course, it depends on, you know, some farmers are rewarded for their components with more protein, more quality, et cetera. And we do have, there are some cheesemakers that are looking to expand, that may be looking at buying directly from neighboring farms. And there's some pockets of that now. There are some cheesemakers. We are doing, you know, if we go back to this Horizon situation, with Horizon just ending their milk relationship with a number of buyers, number of farmers in Vermont and the region. I think it was last Monday, the processors survey went out to all our processors within the region, and we may get a handle on some of that good data that we need, like, you know, how much more milk could they take on? I mean, what does it need? You know, what are the components need to be for me to buy it? For example, some of our cheesemakers, they want, you know, a dry hay. They want the cows to be fed no moisture in the feed. You know, what would that take? So I think we're going to get some good data, but I will follow up with Evie. I bet Evie or Laura Diane could drill down and get some of that data, but it, you know, it gets a little complicated depending on, you know, what co-op it is, whether you're an independent, whether you're in what components. You know, a lot of farmers rely on those premiums that can make or break them, whether they make those quality premiums or those protein premiums or butterfat, et cetera.
Other questions from remote? Senator Starr.
Yeah, Anson, your group has met, I think you said 11 times.
That's correct.
And
Yes.
I'm wondering, the question of milk pricing never floated to the debate at all?
What you mean, we're not focused on, individually, the commission's not focusing on a milk pricing plan. We're focusing on a plan that's going to make dairy farming more viable in Vermont. As specifically getting into dairy pricing, it could be, at the end of the day, it could be one of these components that will address that. But we're not drilling down into like developing a new pricing plan for our dairy farmers. We're looking at what can we do to make it more viable and keep more dairy farmers on the landscape. And it may be something that helps with branding or marketing. It may be something that helps with technical assistance. It may have something to do with taxes and regulation. It may have something to do with, water quality issues, et cetera. But as far as drilling down on a specific dairy pricing policy, this commission hasn't looked at that yet.
Yep. Thanks. And did they talk at all about enhancing the taste of low-fat milks by adding more solids might help make a Vermont brand for low-fat milks that actually taste decent?
Yeah, those are the discussions I think would come in the next stage of this. But we have talked about, one thing that we have to, because we don't have big producers. I mean, Vermont, on the scale of things, we have some farms, we have 37 farms that have maybe over 700 cows. Very small compared to what we're up against in some of our other regions. 5,000 cow dairies being stood up, 10,000 cow dairies being stood up, multiple ones. But what we can focus on is quality and telling our story. And that's if we can tell, because we talked about consumer trends earlier. I think a lot of research would tell you that consumers are really drilled into quality, and they also, beyond quality, want to know the story behind the quality. So they want to know how the land was taken care of. They want to know how the animals were taken care of. They want to know about the family and et cetera. And that could be, a real a plus for us to do that. It's exhausting work, though. It takes money. It takes resources. Cabot has spent, 3 decades building its brand, which takes a tremendous amount of dollars going into these new markets. That's something that we're working on, but it takes, and another thing I want to make sure is we're trying to give farmers choices, but it's not for everyone. So we also need to figure out, we need to make sure that we protect and somehow figure out a system that someone wants to milk cows and still can make a decent living at it. And they don't have to do 10 other things to do that as well. So we haven't lost sight of that. And I think that's probably the challenge that you're all having is we're always trying to figure out how to figure out a decent dairy pricing system that fits everyone across the country with all shapes, sizes, regions, et cetera. But we have not lost sight of, we need to make sure that if someone wants to milk a couple hundred cows and sell that milk, that they have a chance to do that. But we also want to give an opportunity if someone wants to enter a new model, that they have an opportunity to do that. And I think the Dairy Innovation Center may be somewhere where they could go to help them with that. And we've got support. We've got some resources behind it. And we also we're pleased that this year, the Working Lands has $5 million in that program that can look at some of these issues of value added or new models to help our dairy industry.
Thank you.
Jackie and then Heather.
Thank you, Anson. I just had a question about the report. You said the future of the Ag Commission, the report was due to the governor on November 15th. Do we have a sense of what his timeline is then to present it to the legislature or to the Vermonters who might not have been working on it? I know you've had a couple, there was a public comment period, I think 2 weeks ago, that was very helpful, but it's very hard for me to sit on this task force and think that we're looking at some things to talk about, to do, and not know when his timeline might be to share with us what your commission has done. So do you have an idea of the timeline of that, of when he's going to announce the results or move forward with proposed legislation, perhaps?
I do not. I would, our charge is to deliver it on the 15th, and he'll have to take some time to evaluate what's in that, and that will be his decision to make. But we're working for that November 15th. Legislation January. So I think we've got some time to, work on some pockets of legislation if need be. But I don't have any concrete time when he would release it to everybody to see.
All right, thank you.
Heather.
Hi, Anson. I had a kind of thinking outside of the box a little bit. Just, is the Grocers Association sort of part of conversations around local farming, agriculture? I guess part of what I keep thinking about is, how do consumers know when they go into a store if they're buying a product that is local or partly local or regional? And I know, a lot of that is the job of the company or the job of, the grocery store in Hannaford does a pretty good job.
Do you need a break, or can we
I made an off the cuff comment about, not wanting to support purchasing milk that coming from outside of our region, because I want to support my community. And how do I know how to do that? So many people don't have a clue, if it's organic Valley milk, some of it might come from New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and some of it might be from Vermont, but at least we know that it's supporting some of the farmers around us. Is there a way, just thinking about dairy or anything else for that matter, for us to be better, in tune or aligned with the grocery stores, or anyway, just how do we know when we're out shopping that a certain milk brand comes from Texas milk and has no support of our local communities? And then people at least have the choice. They know the choice they're making. Now they don't really. Anyway, I was just curious, your thoughts, and also, are we communicating with that kind of group of folks?
Yeah, we work with the Vermont Retail Grocers Association. We have relationships with them. Yeah, this is a tricky one, because the way milk does move around. But there is one, I believe it is, if it has the 50 on it, it's been processed within the Vermont borders. We're talking about fluid milk. There's a number 50, and that means it's within the Vermont borders. But that doesn't, I'm just telling you this now, but there's been no really strong communication to the general public to know that when you see that 50, that's being produced within our borders. Granted, it may be some milk from a neighboring farm or coming from somewhere else as well. But I think when we get down to, if the commission looks at branding, maybe that is an area that we can look at in a bigger way of like identifying to the consumer, hey, look, this is Vermont produced, and there's a story behind that. And that may be a way to go, but we're a few steps away from that. But I think there is some strong support for looking at a Vermont branding system that speaks to, hey, it's local and it comes from your neighbors, and there's a story behind that is a good story to tell, and the consumer may react to that. But we've got a few steps before we get to that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Anson, for Secretary Tevitz? John? O'Brien.
Here we go. Anson, I just wondered where this 50 is.
Is it on,
If we look up.
is there a
on
50?
It's up on the top of the lid. Isn't that
On the
where it
lid?
is?
Right on the collar.
Yeah,
It's right on the collar above the lid.
it should be right underneath where the expiration or the date of
Yeah.
sell by is.
So here's
Yeah.
Food Brothers and it says 5013. So
There you go. Well,
50 is the state code and 13 is the plant code. So
right.
if any fluid product has the first and the second coats, and then you can, it's pretty easy now to find which which state codes apply to which state. But that's the basic layout.
So it's not on the SKU. It's always written on the jug.
yeah.
Correct. It's stamped on the jug. They have to
Yeah.
stamp it.
Great.
John,
Thank you very much.
John, you got too much milk in that jug. You got to keep drinking there. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Anson, for staying around.
bet.
We've pushed right through our break. I've checked with folks here and we're prepared to just carry forward so we can hear from Catherine. So if anybody who's remote needs a break, I guess you can do it the usual way. So with that, Catherine, we'll hear from you. And thank you for sticking around.
Sure. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you all just plowing through here this morning. That's really helpful from my end. First of all, just thank you for the opportunity to be back with you today. It's always great to, can you all hear me?
Yes, very well. And we have a full screen image. So you're on Nightline. Yeah.
Good. I was hearing some backup. All right, so, looking at the questions that you provided me with, all but the last one are very much related to FMMOs and changes that we are looking at, changes that I think are possible, and kind of the process that we may go through to get some of those changes. So I think I'm going to just kind of lump all of them together in one big comment, but if we want to break those apart a little bit, feel free, and we can go through that at the end. As a little bit of background, I think it goes without saying that milk pricing and addressing milk pricing is a national issue. It's been stated here today, and it's something that is incredibly important to Agrimark, always has been, and particularly given the year we just lived through, it is a top priority for us and something that I am personally spending a lot of time on. So you all know and may have shared this before, but I'm a member of the Economic Policy Committee, both with National Milk Producers Association and the International Dairy Foods Association. Both of those groups took really a deep dive into milk pricing, started that process in 2019. And, really that process got started because we're working in a federal order system that's 20 years old at this point in time. And a lot has changed over the last 20 years. I think one prime example I would give is just look at how exports have changed for the dairy industry. 20 years ago, we were exporting 5% of our national production. Today, we're exporting about 20%. So we've just had a lot of changes in the industry, a lot of changes in our marketplace. And what the industry was looking at back in 2019 is we just need to make sure that our system is working for today's marketplace and not the marketplace for 20 years ago. So we started this deep dive. We're going really into, big picture thinking to granular thinking, and then the pandemic hit. And when that hit, of course, you all know what went on with the markets. We had, government intervention and things just went really crazy. And the pandemic really brought to light some flaws in the order system that need to be addressed, as well as the ones we were looking at already. So since the pandemic has kind of unfolded, these two economic policy groups have reconvened. We now have the issues that we wanted to address originally, and now some other ones that we want to address. So thinking about this year in particular, and the major changes that we're looking at, they were the issues that we all heard about. The class 1 mover change that happened in 2019, that was a massive shift in the industry that had significant negative impacts on farmers. That needs to be changed, hands down. We saw a lot of crazy things happen in the marketplace, such as depooling, which didn't have a huge effect here in the Northeast, but had some major impacts on producers in other areas of the countries. So those are kind of the two that I think were brought to light this past year. But we also have some of the bigger picture issues. Updating the make allowance is one of them. And the other that I think is incredibly important is price discovery mechanisms. So, we have a federal order system that collects data and comes up with milk prices that are intended to send signals, economic signals to our farmers. And we need to improve the ability to discover those prices. And so there are multiple different ways that we can do that. But I think the more reflective our prices can be of the actual marketplace, the better signals that it will send to our farmers, to our processors, our co-ops, really throughout the supply chain. Those 4 points I just made, the class 1 mover, depooling, price discovery, and make allowances, I would say are the changes that are probably front and center in our minds of what needs to be addressed through the federal order process. There's multiple ways that we could do this. And, we could go to Congress and we could ask Congress to, put in a piece of legislation that would address a piece of those. In my opinion, this is not the direction I would go. When we think about, going back to the class 1 mover conversation, when that change was made, it was made congressionally. And what I would prefer to see is to have a formal rulemaking process, a formal federal order hearing to address the changes. And what I like about the formal process is that it takes every perspective into account. So Secretary Tebbets just mentioned it a few moments ago, talking about how we really need to take, to get this system to work for everyone in the supply chain, we need to take all of those considerations into account, whether that be the farmer or whether that be the consumer. So I think it's really important. And my suggestion, in my opinion, would be to go through that formal rulemaking process. That said, there could also be an opportunity. We have a farm bill coming up here, and there may be an opportunity for us to work with Congress and ask Congress to require a federal order hearing. So I think there's, multiple different paths that the industry may be going down. But again, my opinion here is that we need to take a really holistic approach to milk pricing. I know that not all of you are intertwined in milk pricing equations and all of that, but they are really interconnected with one another. And it worries me that if we look at one little piece and make one little change, there could be some unintended consequences and ripple effects there. So again, I think the formal rulemaking process is the way to go in that regard. To get to your question about what Congress may be able to do to support and stabilize dairy farmers, I would suggest that making sure that our safety net programs that exist already
Traveling, so maybe we got hit. So now where is it again? Okay.
Are
Excuse me 1 second, Catherine Anson, you need to mute your system. Thank you.
There you go.
All right, great. In terms of congressional support, one thing I would mention is that we need an adequate safety net for our farmers. That is incredibly important. And we've worked for a number of years now to make sure that we have that. Right now, we have the DMC program, Dairy Margin Coverage. It used to be the Margin Protection Program, and we've gone through a few iterations of that. And we have worked to make sure that that program is as reflective of the marketplace and what conditions on a farm as it can be. And through those efforts, we have had some recent changes to that program that have been incredibly helpful. And just to share an anecdote, in the last couple of months, we've seen those DMC margins trigger payments to farmers, almost back to January, I believe. And in any conversation I've had in the last couple of months, and I, talk to a member and say, hey, how are things going? How are you feeling on the farm? First or second out of their mouth is, thank goodness we have the DMC program. That program is working the way it was intended to the first time around. We've got to make sure that we keep that program. It's doing its job, and I wouldn't be here if it weren't for that. So for us at Agrimark, I would say that keeping that DMC program as robust as possible is going to be incredibly important and a top priority. To get to your last question about recommendations for the task force to look at, again, since I've been talking about milk pricing, and has been mentioned already here before, when we talk about milk pricing, we really need to take a national approach to that, hands down. But the state can play a role in helping to support the financial stability of farmers. So we've talked about this before when I've been before you, and we can look to state examples outside of our borders here in Vermont, but anything that the state can do to help the margin situation on the farm. So whether that's, increasing, paying for cost of production or something like that. I know we have examples in nearby states we can look to, though it's been very challenging to get that done in Vermont. The other thing I would just mention is, any regulatory components that become burdensome for farmers, if there can be some creative solutions to help our farmers manage through some of those, and have some, multiple goals addressed because of that, I think would be incredibly important. So with that, I'm going to pause and let you all grill me with questions if you'd like.
Thank you, Catherine. Question, Mike, can you put the other, any questions from the remote folks for Catherine? John O'Brien.
Catherine, I feel like I walked into a calculus class here. When you're talking about class 1 mover, what was that? I'm out of my league here.
Sure, and I apologize. I probably shouldn't have just jumped into that calculus lesson without, doing pre-calc. But so in dairy pricing, we have 4 classes of milk that drive the blend price that farmers receive. Class 1 is fluid milk, and there are multiple components of how we get to the class 1 price. And one component of that is the class 1, what we call the class 1 mover. And for, oh gosh, way before my time, I think 10, 15, 20 years, we've had an equation for how to calculate that class 1 price that was set and determined based on the class 3 or the class 4 price, whichever was higher. Okay, so if class 3 all of a sudden skyrocketed, that class 1 price would move with it. If class 4 went above, the class 1 would move with that. And what that higher of approach did was give farmers the benefit no matter what. It didn't matter which moved higher. That class 1 price that of course supports their blend price would be higher. And so farmers were really better off because of that. And in 2019, the industry got together, and there was a concern from class 1 bottlers that because they never knew what was going to drive the class 1 price, because it could be 3, it could be 4, they weren't able to manage their risk. So they basically came to the producer community and said, can you help us do something about this? And so what was agreed upon and put in the Farm Bill was that we would change that equation to, instead of the higher of 3 or 4, we would do the average of 3 and 4 plus 74 cents. That 74 cents was intended to make producers whole because of that change. And that was determined by looking back in time, what we would need to do this. So it was really a compromise, right? Because we want class 1 bottlers to be successful, to be able to manage their risk, because we want class 1 to help support our blend prices to farmers. But what happened this year is that when we had the food box program come in, that food box program supported cheese prices. It sent the class 3 price skyrocketing, and class 4 prices were really quite depressed. Now, under the higher up situation, the class 1 price would have followed that big leap. But under the new change, that average of really reduced it. And so that 74 cents that was intended to make producers revenue neutral wasn't enough. And so farmers nationwide gave up about $750 million because of that change. Now, we don't think that markets are going to go crazy the way they did last year. However, it is extremely crystal clear that there will be times where things may go wrong. And we need to make sure that farmers never lose that amount of money again. So class one mover, again, a portion of the class one price is something that is going to need to be a priority in fixing the federal order system.
So what are class 2, 3, and 4?
So class 2 would be cultured yogurt products, class and cream. Class 3 would be cheese and whey. Class 4 would be butter and powder.
Great. I'm ready for calculus.
We'll save that for another day.
Other questions from remote?
Catherine, this is John. Good to see you. I'm sorry you can't see me. My camera's not working today for some reason. But anyway, that's probably a good thing. Has there ever been discussion between the regions across the country about the markedly different costs of production that farmers have to deal with? You know, the Midwest, we always think, assume, has an advantage in their cost of production compared to us in the Northeast. Has there ever been any sort of discussion about how to bring that number in to the equation?
So I think that's just the ultimate struggle that we deal with here in the Northeast, is that our costs are so much higher than our competing regions of the world, of the nation, excuse me. And unfortunately, I think that becomes a really difficult conversation, because if you're trying to address cost of production to a level that's adequate for a Northeast farmer, you're going to have to do the same thing to a farmer, in Texas, as an example, where their costs are so much lower than ours. And what that would ultimately probably do is incentivize milk production coming out of that region, depressing the prices nationwide. So I fear that trying to solve cost on a nationwide basis is not going to solve the issue of margins on farms.
Thank you.
You good, Joe? Okay. Bobby, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm wondering, Catherine, you mentioned the DMP program, how we should keep that. I'm wondering how, because it helps our farmers a lot, as it helps our 500 farmers here in Vermont, how does it help the farmers out west with, say, 10,000 cows?
Yeah, great point, Senator. So with the DMC program, there's 2 tiers of production. The first tier is for production that's under 5 million pounds. And the second tier is for anything over that. If you look at the premiums associated with those 2 tiers, the premiums, again, it's an insurance program. So the premiums associated with that tier 1 under 5 million pounds are very subsidized and quite affordable. If you look at the premiums for that second tier, they become very expensive and burdensome, to the point where I would suggest there's very few farmers participating in production, or covering production over that 5 million pounds, at least at margin levels. For our farmers, that are over the 5 million cap, we have suggested for years now to sign up for that, your first 5 million, and then for anything over that, either sign up at a really low rate or seek some other risk management options. So for other areas of the country where farmers are a lot larger, their farmers are probably still signing up, but getting a smaller proportion of their total milk production covered from that program. Whereas in the Northeast, where our average farm size is a lot smaller than other regions, many of our farmers are, primarily most of their production is covered by that first tier with the affordable premium.
Thanks. So it sounds like it's set up in a pretty fair fashion. So it's equal. It helps the average size farm.
Yep,
Thank
absolutely. You're welcome.
Jackie.
Hi, Catherine. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you, Jackie?
Good. So I had a question. I think you were one of the witnesses. Senator Gillibrand from New York had a hearing on federal marketing orders last week or a couple of weeks ago. Could you give a quick overview of what that was about and what the next step is, if there is one?
Sure. So yes, it was, I guess, 2 weeks ago at this point in time, and Senator Gillibrand, who's the chair of the dairy subcommittee, hosted a hearing to talk about milk pricing and federal order reform. There were two panels. One was a farmer panel and one was an industry panel. We had our farmer from New York, Jim Davenport, sat on the farmer panel, and I sat on the industry panel. I would classify that hearing as primarily a fact-finding hearing. And I say that because, and going back to my original comments about the economic policy committees at both National Milk and IDFA, the industry is really taking a very close look at this. And, if we're going to try to reform the pricing system, this is going to be a long process and deserves to be. And so I would say that it was fact-finding and just trying to hear some common themes of what the industry is looking to do, what we're trying to resolve, and just kind of getting geared up and ready for when and if that federal order reform process starts, and getting ready for the next farm bill and where there may be some opportunities for Congress to act. In terms of follow-up, again, I think we still, it's yet to see what the next step is there. But again, because it was sort of a fact-finding mission, it wasn't intended to be, this is the meeting and this will be the next step. So still waiting to see where the cards lie.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the task force? I have a couple of questions, Catherine. First, and I have posed the same question to Jim, so he can hear and you guys can either be on the same page or not, but at least Jim will know where you are. What is your sense of the likelihood of there being a federal order hearing in the next year? First on the make allowance and then on some other issues that you've raised.
I don't have a good sense for the timeline. I don't feel comfortable saying I think it will be in a year or I think it will be in 2 years. But I do feel confident to say, at least in Agrimark's position and having communicated on these committees and heard the urgency in others' voices, that it is really important for lots of people at very different places on the supply chain to address the system that we have and get it up to speed with, the marketplace that we're in. Again, it's 20 years old. I think the federal order is incredibly important for us to maintain, but it needs to be improved and updated.
So I guess there was a tremendous heightened sense of urgency in the early summer. And Secretary Vilsack's comments seem to have dampened that. So do you sense receptivity in the agency or the Department of USDA to be responsive to the urgency changed from where they were earlier in the summer?
I think part of that urgency was based on the marketplace that we were in. So if we talk about just the Class 1 mover issue that we were seeing, National Milk, we had worked on a proposal to do two things with that Class 1 mover. Number one, try to recoup the losses. Number two, trying to strengthen that formula to make sure that it works for us in the future. You're probably aware of a fairly recent announcement from USDA with a what they're calling the Pandemic Market Volatility Assistance Program, which is will be delivering, refunding some of those losses back to farmers, recouping some of those losses from the Class 1 mover. It will not cover all of it, but about half. So that halfway covers some of the urgency we were looking at there and settles, I would say, the producer community. There's still work to be done, but that program was extremely helpful. The second piece of it and the urgency was the marketplace was extremely unsteady and volatile for a period, all last year and halfway into this year. And now where we sit today, yes, we're still worried about some demand hiccups that could potentially result because of the Delta variant and things along those lines. But our forecasts right now are showing that markets are pretty darn steady. And the kind of upside down backwards pricing relationships that were causing a lot of the anxiety and urgency to do something now have been reversed. And at this point in time, looking at Agrimark's forecast out for the next 12 to 18 months, we are expecting that those normal pricing relationships are going to be retained. And so that, I think, plays into the change of urgency that you're probably sensing.
Okay. Follow-up question. The make allowance survey has been in process for quite a while, and can you give us the update on where that is? Has the dairy programs received a report? If not, any sense of when they will? And so timeline on that a little bit.
I would, not to throw Jim under the bus, but I would suspect that Jim has a more accurate estimate of the timeline for that. The last I heard, USDA had received that, but again, I would refer to Jim to give you a better answer on that. Okay.
Just shifting, same context of sense of what's coming. What's your sense of action on the supply management program that Anson talked about, either at the USDA level or the other constituent groups that have been talking about it?
I don't sense that there's a great appetite for supply management on a national basis. We've seen a lot of individual co-ops, of course, around the country implementing base excess programs to get their internal supply aligned with internal demand. That said, I have picked up on a few rumblings out of different areas of the country looking at supply management again. I don't think we will ever not be looking at that. But in general, aside from those rumblings, I would say that I don't see the appetite at this point in time on a national level.
Okay, and we have a little bit of time, so I'm taking advantage of your time. I hope that's okay. And so in terms, you mentioned that the industry and the co-op groups are both looking at price discovery formulas. We heard testimony this morning about whether the formulas might be made more responsive to, and it gets into the regional pricing issue, but the value of milk and I'm focused here more on Vermont. So the products produced, particularly yours, the higher value cheese that you make, is there any discussion of that, like you said, the signals that are being sent to producers that is responsive to our region and particularly our state, and what that looks like?
Yeah, so I think price discovery is an incredibly important theme that we're going to need to address. In terms of higher valued products, we haven't dived into that specifically. But there have been some conversations about, just making sure that what products are we surveying that go into the calculations through the NDPSR survey. What products are we surveying? Are those the right products? Are there different products? Is there a different way to capture more of those products? All of those conversations are going to be taking place through those economic policy committees. So, I don't have a specific recommendation to share at this point in time, but it's all on the table.
Okay, and last question, in terms of Cabot operations, in earlier testimony, you provided some thoughts about what the state might do to be of assistance to the companies. So we're starting to look with a closer eye to that. So any follow-up thoughts you might have had, what you might suggest to the task force outside of the bigger picture, but focus more on your cooperative and farmers operations, what the task force might think about.
Yeah, so to give you an update on the our challenges that we've been having, I assume you're talking about the labor challenges.
No, in labor, but just in general, any other thoughts? We talked earlier about the potential for expansion. You're using all the milk you've got, and you could sell more product. So just generally your thoughts.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I think I had made the point about how Vermont branded cheddar is very valuable to us, and expanding production of that, our ability to sell Vermont cheddar would be incredibly important. I think expansion opportunities are something we're always looking at, particularly in the state of Vermont, because of that, Vermont cheddar and the taste and value that's associated with that. And so, in general, any kind of assistance from the state to help support those expansion opportunities would be incredibly valuable. For our own farmers, for our rural communities, employment numbers would be able to go up quite a bit, and we've all of the importance to the local communities and all of that. So again, no specific recommendation, but if you are considering opportunities that would align with that, that would be something that would always be an interest for us.
Yeah, talking about that, Catherine, is there any, have you folks made all the modification changes to be able to do this through equipment, the manufacturing through equipment, rather than having labor do it? Is there any modernization that you might be able to use some help doing to be able to produce more and not have the labor issue?
Yeah, that's a great point. So I know you are all aware of the labor challenges that we've had at our Cabot facility this past year, as are all of our other dairy companies and companies around us. The labor market is just extremely tight. And we are pulling out every effort we can to try to support that. Automation would be a potential option. Of course, that comes with cost. And given the marketplace that we're in right now and the financial challenges that we're all having because of COVID and supply chain hiccups and all these different things, funding for automation would be extremely helpful.
Yeah. Thanks.
You're welcome.
John O'Brien has a question.
Thank you, Dan. Catherine, just because we have you in the hot seat here, what's Agrimark's take on the Horizon pullout of the Northeast? I mean, do you see it as not really affecting your business and business model, or do you see, did you get together and think, is this an opportunity for us to, maybe do something with some of these 89 dairy farms? I'm just interested sort of how one player views another player's retreat in this case.
Yeah. So when we heard about that situation, we were personally impacted by it as well as indirectly. I'll give you kind of the personal take on it first. So we have about 18 members, Agrimark members, who ship to organic facilities. Horizon, and were impacted because of this change. For those members, that was a hard message to hear. And, it speaks to the value of a cooperative in that the cooperative guarantees the member a market for their milk. Unfortunately, we can guarantee a market at a conventional price for those members. And, for some of them, that may be okay. For others, it may not be. So first and foremost, it's going to be incredibly important for us to make sure that for those members of ours that are organic shippers, that we do the best we can for them and get them the best home for their milk that we can. Which is why I was, very pleased to see that the state has taken up another task force to look at this organic situation, and love the approach that's being taken. The agency's work has been remarkable, and was just on a call with USDA on Friday, and they were taking note of it as well. So kudos to Vermont for that. From maybe a broader perspective, I think it's also important to just note that we're losing farmers throughout the region, whether they're ours or others. We all support each other. They're part of this infrastructure. And as we lose farmers, we lose our ability to support those other industries that we need, those feed dealers, tractor dealers, things like that. So anytime you see an impact like this, it has indirect effects on farmers as well. So it's an incredibly tragic situation to see. And again, just thankful for the state and all the work that they're doing on their behalf.
So Catherine, how does that work where Agrimark members ship to Horizon?
So they retain their membership with Agrimark, and that's basically just it. So their milk will go to a different facility, and we might run the payroll on that, and it's just a transaction.
So do you have, say, Agrimark members who ship to Organic Valley or Stony Fields?
Yes. Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Catherine, a follow-up on that, and this isn't what you're prepared for today, but so if you want to follow up, that'll be fine. But similarly, Agrimark handles the milk that's shipped to Booth Brothers to be processed for Organic Valley. Is that right?
I would have to check on that.
Okay, so that's one piece of the puzzle. We heard some testimony, I think, from Ed Maltby about that. I can't remember if it was Travis or Ed a couple of weeks ago, but if we could follow up on that, and whatever you can share with us in terms of that arrangement, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Catherine? Okay, thank you very much. And Jim, we've labored hard to be timely for your testimony, and we appreciate your making the time for us. So if you can introduce yourself, and we'll hear from you. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Dan. And it's a pleasure for me to be with you all this morning. I guess we're now mortaring into the afternoon. This is a really important and challenging issue you all are dealing with, and it's one that is facing the industry across the country. So I'm happy to have a chance to talk to you from a national perspective of National Milk Producers Federation. Just background on the Federation. We're the organization that represents dairy cooperatives across the country. You just heard Catherine's great remarks throughout, and I had a chance to hear them. What I think we're going to hear from me is seconding and underscoring much of what Catherine said. And one of the points that she made was the important role of dairy cooperatives for the producer community, and you're seeing that on issue after issue, and even as Catherine just said, on the organic issue, those producers who are members of co-ops are going to have a market, and the challenge is going to be whether it can be organic market or conventional market, and that is going to be a challenge. But that is the role of cooperatives, to provide a market for members' milk 7 days a week, 365 days a year. smoothing out the ups and downs of demand, because it does go up and down, whether it's the school year, the weekends. Milk finds a home for producers who are members of cooperatives, and that's who National Milk represents. And by virtue of being a national organization, we face the challenges that the industry faces across the country. As the voice of the dairy producer community, we work here in Washington on federal policy issues. And from my background, I've been involved in federal dairy policy my entire professional career. Come out of, just so that you know a little bit about me, I came out of the Wisconsin dairy industry. I started working for a dairy cooperative in Wisconsin in the early 1980s, and came to Washington mid 80s to work on Capitol Hill, and then I came to National Milk initially in the mid 80s to work on the 1985 Farm Bill, and have worked on every Farm Bill since then. I had gone back to Capitol Hill and then came back here to National Milk in 2013 to take over the organization. And I'm used to the challenges of this industry. They don't get easier, and they're continuous. My goal when I came back here was to really focus on the challenge of developing consensus in this industry, and that's gotten harder. In the early days, my earlier days in my career, I think the consensus building you had to do was a regional one, and all of you know of the regional dairy policy discussions and debates we've had. On things like the Northeast Compact. When I was working for a Wisconsin senator, I wasn't supportive of your efforts on the Northeast Compact. But that's, those regional issues, I think in many ways are a little bit, I won't say behind us, but what's happened in more recent years. I think the bigger challenge is within the dairy producer community is the stratification, the large and small. Challenge for us at National Milk, and the challenge for me, is we represent all producers. And it's my goal to try to achieve policies, have a consensus, bring people together so that we can get the best dairy policy possible for the country. And, the issues, as I said, that you're dealing with in Vermont are not unique to just to Vermont. It is a challenge throughout the country. We have, this trend of fewer but larger farms has been going on for some time. It really is not a new phenomena. And you can go back 40, 50 years, and the slope of that line, I'm trying to think which way you are seeing it, the slope of the line on farm size or farm numbers has been a pretty steady decline. It picks up a little bit in certain periods. It flattens out a little bit in certain periods. But this has been an ongoing challenge of specialization and farm size growing as farm numbers decline. And through it all, milk production continues to increase. So as farm numbers go down, milk production is not going down. And we now produce probably 25, 30%, easily 30% more milk today than we did 30, 35 years ago. And so the challenge of finding markets for that product is one, it is a national problem. When we look at the challenges you're facing and think about Vermont's position in the U.S. dairy industry, that sort of that bedrock fundamental position as a tremendous leader, both certainly in the Northeast, but all over the country, both in terms of the strength of the entities that the base of organizations you have in Vermont, as well as the political leadership for the dairy industry in Vermont, at both the federal and the state level. So the attention that you're paying to this important industry is something that's seen and felt across the country. From my perch on federal policy, there really are two main levers to try to impact milk pricing in Vermont and again, all over the country. And Catherine talked about both of those. It's the Federal Milk Marketing Order Program, and it is then federal dairy policy established through the Farm Bill. Federal orders, let me start with that. You know, obviously, I heard Secretary Tibbetts' comments, obviously complex program, and dating back to the 1930s, a program that's not well understood. Catherine made a really important point among many she made, referencing the last major reform of the program was around 2000, and that came out of some changes that were proposed in Congress in the 1996 Farm Bill. So the program is updated, and it still remains a very important program for producers, notwithstanding the fact that its complexity means that a lot of the detailed provisions of the federal orders are both hard to understand and easy to misrepresent. Keep in mind the program focuses on Class 1 fluid milk, and the program is designed to assure consumers an adequate supply of fluid milk and to provide for orderly marketing conditions for that fluid milk market. That means a challenge today where Class 1 fluid milk is a much smaller percentage of total milk production than it was when this program was set up. And that is it's a declining amount each year. And, Catherine cited the growth in exports. We're now in a situation where our export volume is almost equal to our Class 1 fluid milk consumption in this country. And yet we have a pricing structure that is based around Class 1 fluid milk. That is going to involve challenges. Catherine did a great job talking about the other classes of milk, Class 2, 3, and 4. Keep in mind that most of the milk in the country is in classes 3 and 4, and those prices are not regulated prices. Those are market determined prices. So supply and demand is really what drives milk prices in this country. And that is, part of the challenge we face. We have a regulated pricing system for Class 1, and that is an important one. And it's important for you in the Northeast because of the large population base you have there. So you have a robust market, and those Class 1 sales are very important for producers in Vermont and throughout the Northeast. One of the challenges that we're dealing with, and Catherine did a great job, I don't want to spend a lot of time rehashing what she covered on the Class 1 side. One of the challenges we faced last year in the pandemic was because of changes made in the 2018 Farm Bill, which Catherine did a great job providing you the background on that. Those changes, which were designed to be revenue neutral to producers when they were put in place, and were designed to, as Catherine said, help. The spirit was to try to boost Class 1 sales. And the Class 1 handlers, those fluid handlers around the country, talking about HP Hood in the Northeast and Dean across the country, and a number of other Class 1 fluid handlers, their concern was they never knew from month to month what was going to be driving their Class 1 price. And that made it hard to work with their large retail customers on pricing and selling Class 1 milk. So the goal was, in those changes in the 2018 Farm Bill, was to be revenue neutral to producers, but to give Class 1 handlers more certainty on what Class 1 prices were going to be. And the point is that by, as Catherine said, when using the higher of Class 3 or 4 to drive price, if Class 3 is higher one month and Class 4 higher the next, in terms of looking at the futures market, it's hard to hedge risk. If you take the average of Class 3 and 4, since they both have futures markets, your producers, the handlers rather, were better able to hedge their risk on Class 1 fluid milk. Now, as we, looking at today, once we put that in place, I don't think a lot of hedging was done by Class 1 handlers since we made those changes. So it kind of, in a sense, in my mind, undercut the value of making that change in the 2018 Farm Bill. But the other part of it was that when we made the change, we could see that by doing the average of 3 and 4, plus that 74-cent margin that Catherine talked about, it was actually, when initially made, it was actually a better price for producers than the higher of had meant. And then, as Catherine said, the pandemic hit, and through the class 3 and 4 were thrown completely out of whack by the food box program purchases by USDA, greatly focused on class 3 cheese purchases. That drove up the class 3 price, and class 4 stayed very low. So when you average those two prices with a wide spread, the average became lower than had it been driven by class 3, would have been a much better class 1 price for producers last year. Too many numbers that throwing out, but the bottom line is that change cost producers about $750 million during the second half of last year. And that was the damage that, as Catherine talked about, we've been trying to recoup those losses. We did go through a process of our Economic Policy Committee here at National Milk, developed a proposal, which came a consensus proposal from our membership across the country to try to make the changes that Catherine talked about, recoup as much of that loss as we could. And the best way of doing it was to do it over a period of time, because you have to get it, as we were trying to do it, from the marketplace by boosting the class 1 price. And we had a proposal that would be a kind of I would call it a true up of the class 1 price, adjusted every 2 years, and make sure that it does remain revenue neutral, but to do it on a 2-year basis. We took that proposal to USDA, talked through that proposal with USDA. And I think it was Dan that you had mentioned in I think one of your questions to Catherine. There were concerns at USDA and moving forward with that. We had extensive discussions with Secretary Vilsack's team at USDA. And the net result of those discussions was to try to recoup as much of that loss as possible through some of the pandemic assistance funds that Congress had appropriated to USDA. And that was the announcement that Secretary Vilsack made with Senator Leahy about a month ago in Vermont on this pandemic market volatility assistance program. And as Catherine said, there's about $350 million available in that program, with some limits on the amount of assistance. Frankly, the limits that were announced created problems from our standpoint as a national organization, because there were producers around the country who clearly suffered those losses on class 1 that will not recoup them under the proposal as it's advanced so far. I think the good thing for the Northeast, with the 5 million pound production cap that was in the program, and that's going to cover 5 million pounds of production during the second half of last year. And to give you a sense, 5 million pounds of production we're talking about the production during a 6-month period of about a 400 cow herd. So that means that producers in Vermont and throughout the Northeast are going to largely recoup much of the loss on the class 1 side under this initial $350 million program that USDA has announced. We are seeking additional funds from Congress to fill that full $750 million loss, and that's the activity that we're engaged in right now. But I will, again, I want to underscore that the funds received so far are going to go a long way to provide that assistance for producers in Vermont and throughout the Northeast, because of most of your milk production is coming from farms that are 400 cows or less. Now, we're working on that class 1 issue with Congress, still trying to address that. That covers the loss. There still is, the future going forward on, is this the right mover for the future? Now, it gets complicated, and Catherine, I think, referenced this in her comments. Right now, the average of class 3 and 4 plus the 74 cents, that's actually higher, providing more class 1 revenue to producers than if we were using the higher of the old formula. So one of the challenges that we're going to face in our Economic Policy Committee is looking what is the right approach to use for the future. We are at the front end of the process now. We're reevaluating what we're going to do since USDA has provided this funding. So it's to be determined where our Economic Policy Committee is going to come down on whether we want to stay with the proposal we had advanced, which was this 2-year kind of adjustment in the Class 1 mover, or do we want to go back to the higher of, or do we want to look at some other approach on Class 1 prices? That's a process we're engaged in, and we'll be coming forward with a recommendation, I think, within the next several months. That does bring up the larger issue of federal milk marketing order changes, and Catherine talked about that. I know you folks have been talking about it through your deliberations. There are a number of issues we want to look at and are on the table for discussion and consideration. And I think Catherine did a great job talking about some of those milk price formula issues that do need updating. We have make allowances that have not been updated in about 20 years. We are awaiting the results of this USDA study. To the question that was asked of Catherine, my understanding, talking to the leadership of the dairy division at USDA's Agricultural Marketing Service last week, they do not yet have the final manufacturing allowance survey. So my background, USDA had contracted with a university dairy economist to do a survey of dairy plants across the country to get new information on actual manufacturing costs for making products that are in the formula. And the initial results, and this goes back about 3 years, the study's been ongoing. When the information originally came in about 9 months ago, maybe even a little bit longer, they did not have enough information on whey plants. They needed more. They needed a broader sample of whey plants in order to have the information be statistically valid and to protect confidentiality of data. So they went back to the field to get that data. We're expecting it sometime yet this year, but we've been waiting for it for some time. The point of that whole discussion is it's hard to move forward on looking at some of the Class 3 and Class 4 issues until we better understand what are the real manufacturing costs today to make changes in those pricing formulas. So I think that part of our movement forward on a national federal order hearing is really held up until we get this make allowance survey, have a chance to examine it, digest it, and then consider ramifications for some of the pricing issues. There are other pricing issues. Catherine talked about the depooling issue. I won't really add to that here. Frankly, I think the provisions you have in the Northeast in your order are some of the best in the country, and make it so that milk stays in the pool. But this really is an issue that's kind of handled on a regional order by order basis, because the pooling provisions you have are kind of tied to the type of industry production, the kind of product you're manufacturing in the various orders. But there are other issues on Class 3 between cheese that goes into blocks and cheese that goes into barrels. And for a long time, we had a historical price relationship between those two that was pretty stable. In the last 3, 4, 5 years, there's been great variability in the barrel and block pricing, and that's created some real challenges on cheese pricing across the country. Not so much in the Northeast because there's not as much barrel cheese manufactured in the Northeast, but it is an issue that has implications for all Class 3 pricing, because it will impact Class 3 prices, and changes there could help producers by lifting Class 3 prices ultimately. We'll go through a process, as I mentioned, with our Economic Policy Committee of examining all these issues in greater detail, making recommendations, and I expect that we'll be proposing changes to the Federal Milk Marketing Order Program as we get through this Economic Policy Committee process we're engaged in, which will make recommendations to our Board of Directors And I'm expecting this process to play out over the next 12 months or so. I do think there's a good chance of a request for a national federal order hearing to make changes in the orders, but I don't want to get ahead of where we are in the process. And this is a governance process of our members across the country to examine these issues and come up with proposals. So we're at I won't say the very front end, but it is early stages of examining those changes and coming up with recommendations. It's possible that some of this, there may be desire to address some of it there through the Farm Bill, as we did the last change in the Class 1 mover. And the Farm Bill, of course, comes up in 2023. I want to turn to that because that's the other policy lever that we have to deal with. And I think we'll be looking at making additional dairy policy changes in the upcoming Farm Bill. Now, Catherine did a great job again of updating you on the changes we made in the 2018 Farm Bill, the last Farm Bill, to what was the Margin Protection Program, became renamed as the Dairy Margin Coverage Program. And we were able to make significant improvements in that program that have had tremendous positive impact, as Catherine said, on small and medium-sized producers in the Northeast and really across the country. This is now a very, very effective safety net. And if I can do this, I'm going to try to see if I can share screen, if this is possible. Now, I'm not a technological wizard here, so I'll mess this up perhaps, but let me see if I can do this. Okay, looks like it's working there. If you can see this slide, is it on your screen now?
Yes.
So a lot of lines here, but I wanted to pull this up because I think it's significant for you to have in mind as you proceed forward. That red line there, the roller coaster, that is the farm margin that we've experienced going back to the beginning of 2009. So through this whole period, those are the ups and downs of the margin on dairy farms using the formula in this DMC program. And the margin is essentially the feed cost on a dairy farm. And now this one has been adjusted we've tried to make continuous improvements in this formula. The margin you see here is adjusted by the latest change we've just been able to make with USDA on alfalfa prices in this index. Prior to 2019, USDA was using a blend of alfalfa that was not really reflective of the high quality, the premium alfalfa the dairy farmers are feeding their cows. This formula here that you see has the updated numbers in here. So you look at the blue line across there, horizontal blue line, $9.50. That's the maximum coverage level that a producer can purchase on their first 5 million pounds of milk production. Or since we're talking now an annual number, 5 million pounds of production is about 200 cow herd. The green line there is at $8 a hundredweight. Now, the green line represents what has been the average margin during this period, which is $7.96, you see down there at the bottom. Roughly $8 a hundredweight is the average margin throughout the US. Now, these are US numbers, so it's a US average. They're not tied to a specific region. But what this means is that a dairy farmer today, anywhere in the country, can cover the milk of their first 200 cows at a margin level that is fully $1.50 higher than what has been the average margin that the industry has experienced over this 12, 13 year period. That is significant. And you can see the years, you go back to 2009, those of you who, all of you can remember how bad that was in the dairy industry when our margin under this formula, hit about $2 a hundredweight and, massive, massive losses. We experienced that again with a very low margin in the 2012 period. And then 2014, you see where it climbed up, that was the best margin we probably perhaps ever had, but certainly in recent memory. And then that period from 2015 through 2019, where it kind of just bounced along in a very, very difficult period, which really did drain a lot of balance sheets for farmers, because it wasn't 1 or 2 bad years. It was a 4 or 5 year period where we were just struggling along with poor milk prices. 2020, we were looking for 2020 to be a better year. You see that plunge, that's in the spring of last year in the pandemic. So the CFAP payments that we were able to get, the coronavirus food assistance programs from the federal government helped tremendously last year, made it a better year because of the assistance. It wasn't just the market, it wasn't because of the market. Those payments were desperately needed by producers. But the point here of all of this is this DMC program enables you to insure yourself at $1.50 above what has been the average margin in the country. Okay, take that back down. Okay, so I just really wanted to emphasize that, because I think this program going forward is clearly, as Catherine said, functioning very well for small and medium-sized producers. And our goal is going to be to continue to tweak it, to make some improvements in the program. I again, can't get out ahead of our governance process of what those will be, but I do expect we'll be proposing improvements in the program. As I look at all of the issues that you're dealing with from a state perspective, anything that the state of Vermont can do to encourage all your producers to be in this program, I think is one of the most effective things that you can do, because it is it's the best safety net we've had in my career. And I think the goal should be to continue strengthening it going forward. One thing that I would toss out for your suggestion, because I know you're looking for concrete ideas. If I could suggest one thing to you, more of a personal reflection than anything else, is while the program, as Catherine said, is an insurance program, it does have premiums. Producers need to sign up and pay a premium for that level of coverage that they choose. We tried to make the program as affordable as possible, and we had lots of federal budget pressures in that 2018 Farm Bill that we overcame some of them. We have tried to build the base, the budget base of this program over the last 3 or 4 years, and we'll go into the next Farm Bill in better shape because we'll have a more baseline to deal with, to hopefully make some additional changes. But if there's one thing that I would suggest a state like Vermont consider, is providing assistance to producers. Number one, encouraging all producers to get in this program. You really need to be in this program and be in it for the life of the program. Over that entire period of time that I just showed you, the 950 coverage provided payment, would have provided payment over, if it had been in effect from 2009 to that period, in 75% of the months. So 151 months from 2009 to today, and producers would have received payment at the 950 level. Had that been in effect during that entire time, they would have received payment in 113 out of those 151 months, 75% of the time. That's a program that producers need to be into. And if there's one thing that you could consider, I don't think we're going to be able to make the program cost-free. I think the federal government, as we go through this process, is going to want to have it be an insurance program that producers elect to get into. But looking at possibly providing assistance to producers to underwrite the cost of their coverage is one thing that I think other states have looked at that. And that's one thing that I would suggest you want to look at. It maybe one of the most cost-effective things you can do is to provide assistance to producers to encourage them to get into this program. I know I've gone a little bit long. I want to leave time for questions and make sure that my comments are relevant to what you're talking about. Let me just make one last observation because it came up in the questions that Catherine got, and it may be on your minds to ask me, and that's the question of supply management. You know, and I would just underscore everything that Catherine said about that issue. It is, you know, something that I've dealt with in my entire time in the dairy industry. And that does go back to the early 1980s. I had worked on we've had a couple of supply management type programs in dairy throughout my career. The 1983 diversion program, milk diversion program, was to try to get production cut back because we had too much milk, provided payments to producers to cut. It was a short-term program. In 1985, we did the whole herd buyout, again, to try to reduce surplus milk production to get supply and demand in better balance. And we looked at other things of doing it. In 1990, we proposed a two-tier pricing program, which was kind of all the programs that you talk about in supply management today are variations of the 1990 two-tier pricing program that NMPF proposed. We had a strong proponents of that program within our membership back then, but we did not have unanimity by any stretch, and that we were prevented from moving forward in the 1990 Farm Bill with two-tier pricing because of a mixed view in the producer community. And I will tell you that hasn't hasn't grown less over these last many years. There is still support for supply management in some quarters, but I would suggest that it's less today than it was 25, 30 years ago, even 7 years ago. In 2014, our proposal, when we took what became the margin protection program, it was a two-part proposal, and we had a market stabilization program as part of that, a limited supply management program, which would have provided incentives for producers to cut production in times of excess milk output. And I think all of you know the results of the 2014 Farm Bill. There was a major battle. We were not able to get the supply management program across the finish line. That was due to opposition from some powerful leaders in Congress. It was opposition from the processor community, but frankly, we had opposition within our own producer community. So even though we were up on Capitol Hill pushing that, there were a number of producer groups and some producer groups in the Northeast who were opposed to that as well. So I will, just wanting to be frank with you, while there is support for supply management in some quarters, I don't think it's going to be, I don't see a major consensus around that. So as we saw last year during the pandemic, a number of co-ops across the country, in fact, the majority of co-ops across the country did institute base excess programs that did sort of co-op supply management programs, and they were effective. The challenge always is for a co-op that you put a base excess plan in place and everybody else doesn't have a base excess plan. So producers who don't want to limit their production as part of that plan leave your co-op and ship somewhere else. That is, one of the challenges that we've always faced in this industry. But I think what was shown last year is that base excess pricing can be effective. And I think if we get back into major oversupply situations, again, I think you'll see more co-ops turn to that approach. But again, I think I don't want to mislead anybody. I think despite support in some quarters, I agree with Catherine that I don't think it's something that we're going to see come forward in Farm Bill proposals in the future. Let me stop there. I hope these comments are somewhat helpful to your deliberations, but I'm happy to try to respond to any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Jim. I have a feeling that might be calculus 3.9, but we covered a lot of ground and appreciate it very much. We are into the public comment time, but we're before 1 o'clock. So I think we can do some questions going forward. Mike, your hand's up. Representative Marcotte.
Thanks, Dan. Jim, thank you. That was really interesting to listen to. When the monies that are going to be used to help farmers through the COVID issues, will there be technical assistance that will be provided to the farmers? No, we found that when we put the Corona relief funds out last year, that we used some of that money for technical assistance to help businesses apply for those grants. And we found that was extremely helpful, and probably more was needed. So I'm just wondering if there's assistance out there to help the farmers apply for those.
There will be assistance. In this case, Representative Marcotte, they were not going to have to apply for this payment. This pandemic market volatility assistance, this class 1 assistance that I talked about that is coming, that is actually going to be provided. Payments will go from USDA to the handler, and then the handler is going to pay the producer. And the requirement of each handler is that it's a pass-through. They will receive the funds, they will make the payment to the producer. The producers will not have to sign up for that. So, but we are working with USDA on an information program that answers those very questions. So the producers will know they're not going to get a check from USDA. They're going to get a separate check from their handler that will be reflective of their 80% of the recouping that loss from last year. And it will be USDA is calculated, and we know what the payments will be roughly, because it's tied to the amount of milk that was pooled on each federal order in each month from July through December last year. That's what the payments are for. Those records all exist, and that's what USDA is collecting right now. And then as they go through those, they'll provide the payment to the handler. The handler has to pay the producer.
John Roberts.
Hi, Jim. I'm a former dairy farmer, now executive director of a farm group. But I was curious, across the country, around here, farmers are basically stuck with the market they have. If they're a member of Agrimark or DFA or whatever, they don't have the flexibility of changing, because other co-ops are not taking on new members, and you're basically stuck where you are. Is that true across the country?
Well, I wouldn't characterize it, John, as being stuck. I would characterize it, but the short answer to your question is, yeah, I think there are clearly fewer milk buyers out there. You're seeing consolidation on the processing side, as we've seen on the producer side. I think the challenge for the producer community is to be more engaged in their co-op, not less. And that's, it's an ongoing challenge. But the reality is, in many parts of the country, we're going to see fewer options. And, I'm no expert in the Horizon situation that you were discussing earlier, but that sort of issue is playing out elsewhere as well. We had it a couple of years ago there was an issue in Wisconsin where a major butter processor just had more milk than it needed, and terminated contracts. This is on the conventional side, not the organic side, but terminated contracts with a number of producers. In Wisconsin, you do have more proprietary cheese makers there, and a number of co-ops, obviously. So a lot of those producers were able to find homes among some of the other co-ops in the state. But yeah, the consolidation we're seeing on the producer side is occurring on the processing side as well. And I think that is going to be very important for, in my view, and this is the hat I wear, and I've been a co-op proponent my entire career. I feel very, very strongly about this. I think the best future for producers is to be affiliated with a co-op where they're assured a market, and then working with that co-op and working with policymakers like all of you to strengthen markets and strengthen this industry.
Thank you.
John O'Brien.
Thank you, Dan. Jim, does National Milk represent DFA?
Yes, national DFA is our largest member.
Okay.
And the largest co-op in the country, so it stands to reason that they are our largest member. Yes.
Right. So I was just wondering if you could give us some insight into. We heard from a Vermont DFA member who certainly felt a bit stabbed in the back by DFA. I think when production caps were imposed in the Northeast, but in Wisconsin, where I think a big new $300 million plant was built, that region had no caps. And so he gave us the analogy of, if he was a NASCAR team that the Northeast was told they could only go 160 miles an hour and the Midwest could go 200 miles an hour, and you don't want to be in that race for very long. So I just wondered if you could comment on that.
Well, I don't know the details of that, Representative O'Brien. So I do know that this is the base excess program that I referred to that you're talking about, I think. And the base excess program was instituted. DFA has a number of regions around the country, and they reflect pretty much, DFA was a merger of 3 or 4 or 5 co-ops, over time. And the regions within DFA kind of reflect the footprint of the predecessor co-ops that were part of that. So they have, plant capacity, they have shipping, transportation routes established. I suspect, and I think they did set up their base access program within each of those regions, within each order. So they're done separately. And I think milk pricing is done separately within the regions. Again, I'm no expert on it, but I think it reflected the plant capacity and the type of product and the sales they have within those regions. So I don't know the details. I don't know how they put that plan into effect, but it wouldn't surprise me that there were differences given the fact that they were making the determination on a regional basis. And so they're doing that to enhance the outcome for producers within that region. So the decision for the board and management of one region is going to be to try to maximize milk prices and operations for their region. I assume that's the calculation they put into place for the base excess system they did. So it is a function really of it being a national organization, but they operate as kind of regional entities, if you will.
Thank you, John. Other questions from the remote side? Questions in the room? Nothing from Jackie. Mr. Starr?
No, I'm.
Okay, I just one question, Jim. Do you have a sense of what the payout per hundredweight is going to be and when it might be coming, and in the class 1 payment, the new program?
Dan, I wish I had that. I had tried to get the information before getting on here. I will get that to you. I think it's been calculated. I will say that from the numbers I saw initially, order 1 will have, I think, the largest total payment. And I think the payment per producer with that, 5 million pound production cap, there'll be more producers in order 1, which includes Vermont, than I think any other region as virtue of the way the formula was calculated. I'll get the number to you. I just don't have it right in front of me right now.
Okay, and similarly, do you have a sense of what the baseline is for the DMC? Is that number coming into view?
For what the payments will be total this year?
What the cost, annual cost looks like? So what might get embedded into the farm bill for that?
So it'll be a cumulative, no, I don't, is the short answer, because that is a process conducted by the Congressional Budget Office. About 30 years ago, I gave up predicting what the Congressional Budget Office would predict on milk program cost, dairy program cost.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because I disagree with them every time, and I've never found them to be very accurate. It's clear it's going to be a better baseline than we had going into the 2018 Farm Bill. My biggest battle in the last Farm Bill was trying to come up with enough baseline, and what we had to do was push the envelope, and I had to plead with the Congress, with the agriculture committees, that that milk price situation that I referenced that we'd experienced from 2015 up to, at that point, 2018 was devastating enough that we couldn't do it within existing baseline. So we were successful, and Senator Leahy was key in doing this. It was a two-step process. He was able to add some money in the appropriations process in, I think it was December of 2017. And then that helped build the baseline for the 2018 Farm Bill. And then we were able to get additional funds in the 2018 Farm Bill. Hopefully we'll be in a better place in this 2023 Farm Bill, because the program this year, while last year DMC was not that costly, I think it was about a $300 million payout nationally in the program. I suspect that this year, before all is said and done, based on the projections that we're looking at, the DMC program may pay out as much as $800–900 million this year. And that would be helpful in building baseline for as we go into the Farm Bill.
What was the 218 baseline for it?
For dairy?
Yeah, no, well, for DMC.
It was very, very low. It was, we started out, I mean, it was a moving target, because we were able to expand it when we got Senator Leahy's actions in that appropriations bill at the end of 2017. But we started out with about, I think it was about $1.5 billion baseline over 10 years, which, so that's 150, it was about $100 million a year, I think we had. So it was almost non-existent.
Is that a $1.50 a hundredweight is going to add up? It's obviously not the whole volume of milk, but it's $800–900 million. It's going to land there. So yeah.
It will.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions? I think, seeing none, I think we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody, and thanks, Jim, for being so helpful.
Thanks.
Appreciate it very much.